And we're back. Hello again. Well, that didn't work out very well. All right, we are live streaming again and waiting for people to find us. And earlier I tried to connect with WebEx and that didn't work out. So here we are. We're back again. Let's see if the chat's going to work. So this is the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen Emergency Operations Center live update for 1:50 p.m. on August the 9th, Sunday. We're broadcasting live back on YouTube again after a very serious technical issue we had, which was that we tried to connect with WebEx so that we could bring in another guest from BC Wildfire Service, and that didn't work very well. So I'm back at my desk now with the live stream continuing, and we'll be bringing in BC Wildfire a little bit later on. So we're hoping to bring BC Wildfire into this conversation in person here, because we know that technology works, and that will be at around 3:30 this afternoon. So I'm just sending a quick note to my colleague to let her know that that's what our plan is, and we'll have BC Wildfire a little bit later on. So I do apologize for the delay, but that is where we're at. All right. Anyway, so what I can share with you now is what I was going to share with you on our other live stream, minus the update on BC Wildfire. And that is what we know so far. And there was an evacuation order that was put in place earlier. I'm going to have to reiterate some of this because I see people joining us. And basically, just 1 second here, I'm just getting, trying to close some windows here, so I don't have too many windows open. I'll close that one. Yeah, so we had some technical issues earlier, trying to combine WebEx with YouTube, and for some reason we had some challenges. So I do apologize for that delay, but it was well-intentioned. So BC Wildfire will be here with us at approximately 3:30 this afternoon Pacific time on August 9th, Sunday. And what we'll have then is an update from the information team from BC Wildfire Service, sharing information with us about the latest on the wildfire. And again, we'll have that at about 3:30. So maybe I'll put that in the chat so anyone joining us will know what we're doing. And in the meantime, if you do have any questions, I am monitoring the chat. I'll do my best to answer those questions for you. So the BC Wildfire update is scheduled for, what are we at? Sunday, August 9th. So just so people know what we're doing, and that we unfortunately had some technical challenges. I do apologize to our technical staff there from IT. You know, sometimes we're doing, we're trying to do last minute just to make things happen, but getting the technology set up, it's a work in progress, but we'll get there. And this is, you know, we've been workshopping technology through the weekend. But by the time, you know, next week or later this week, I should say, we'll have a much better idea of how we can really use technology so that we can bring guests in and meet a third party kind of add-on that we have so we can use YouTube, because YouTube is really, really effective. I don't like to use just Facebook Live because not everybody has Facebook. YouTube is pretty accessible and universal. Lots of opinions on that, I'm sure, but you know. Anyway, so our update will be scheduled for 3:30. We might, the folks in BC Wildfire might not be able to be here in person right at 3:30 because they are having to come down from where they're located. But we'll get started on things and then we'll bring in BC Wildfire as soon as they are available. But we know that technology will work because all they have to do is walk down or drive into the area and join us here in the building. Okay, so someone has asked about if sprinklers have been left running, is someone they can contact. If you have left sprinklers running on your property and you'd like to call the Emergency Operations Center, 290-250-490-4225, that number right there. I'm going to move my inch out of the way there. If you want to call that number, then you can let somebody here and we'll pass it on to operations that you've left your sprinklers running. That is really good information to know. Someone has asked about possibly re-entry dates. That's what it is. There are no re-entry dates set. So the process, and we heard from Graham Statt earlier, he is the CAO of the District of Summerland. What's happening with re-entry is right now, work is being done to try to get in a group such as ALERT, the Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team, to be able to find where it's safe, if it's safe, to go in to look after animals. That work is underway right now. And the key part is we're dealing with a very large wildfire, so getting access can be challenging. From there, personal access permits always become a pretty big issue during any incident. And the process will be rolled out. There is a process in place as soon as that is possible. There's a public meeting, as I mentioned, scheduled for tomorrow, still in the very early stages. And I do apologize if any of the partners are listening who didn't know right away. It's just we had to pick a date and start planning, start inviting people. But we know here at the RDOS from past experience, as other local governments do, that public information meetings, when you're dealing with an emergency that's impacting people right now, not an issue, not a project, but an emergency that's impacting people's lives, that you need to have an in-person meeting. You need to be able to answer questions and reassure people face to face and have a conversation. And I want to be really clear on that this is being done because there are people in need of information that affects their lives immediately, because there's a wildfire on. That's why public meetings need to happen in this scenario. There have been requests for public meetings for other things where people want to talk about issues or something else. That's a whole different scenario. I'm focused today on what we're dealing with as an emergency. So a public meeting, and again, scheduled for tomorrow. That'll be Monday, August the 10th. We'll confirm the time, we'll confirm the location, and that's another part too, is to confirm the technology. So it's a quick turnaround to accommodate a lot of people in a short space of time, but also make sure we have that virtual component in place. And hopefully it involves YouTube, and hopefully it involves technology that works. But no, it will. We'll make sure it does work. So I guess with that, and actually, now that I think of it, sometimes it's easier just to have only YouTube, because that meeting that we're going to host won't be intended to have a lot of back and forth, but people will be able to ask questions online using this chat function, which so far has been really, really effective. So that's what we'll do with that. And I just see here, if you can hold on just 1 second, I'm just going to pause and talk to my colleague for 1 minute. I'll be right back. All right. Okay. We are moving fast and creating plans to share as much information as possible. This live stream is intended for that. To reiterate, there's a BC wildfire update that we've scheduled for approximately 3:30. So I'll be live here at 3:30 for sure. When BC Wildfire Service arrives, the representative will be in. We'll have them in here, standing right here, to join us to provide an update on the wildfire. There's no new information to share right now. There's nothing pressing, so it's important to know that any new information, if anything has changed, you'll know about it through the EOC website, the RDOS website. And right now, I'm going to have to step out because we're having a planning meeting here just next door. It's a coordination meeting that's quite important. And as the information section lead, I need to be at that meeting. So I will be stepping out for a short time. I do apologize for our earlier technical difficulties, but that does happen. And we're doing our best to get as much information out as we can. But please do know that the people who are working behind the scenes on the response efforts and providing support to volunteers have plans in place, are doing the very best and more. And I hope that shows, and I do appreciate everyone's patience. Okay, take a short break, and I'll leave you with that sign there. So if you do need to immediately get through for information, you can call the number, you can go on the website, and this live stream will continue shortly. Thank you. Hi there. I'm just coming back for a second to adjust something on my computer. I'll be back in just a few more minutes. The live stream for BC Wildfire Service is scheduled for 3:30. I do apologize for the delay. We had some technical difficulty. We've had to reschedule with BC Wildfire, but we've asked them to come into our office for 3:30. All right, sorry about the delay again. I'm just adjusting something else on my computer. So I'm just in a briefing right now, and I will be back shortly to continue this live stream. And again, we are going to have our BC Wildfire update at 3:30, but I do need to attend this briefing. The live stream here is intended to just be an ongoing place where we can come in and share some details, trying to schedule a little bit more. And I think that's what we'll do going through the week is we'll have some specific hard times where we keep it open, but we know that, top of the hour, that kind of thing. So nothing new to share with you right now. I do encourage you to go to the website, the RDOS website, or if you're in one of the other areas, you can go to those websites. But just keep watching official sources for information. And I'll be back just in a short bit with more of this live feed. Thank you. I'll be back to the live feed in just a few moments. I'm just trying to sort a couple things out here, and I've heard some reports that possibly there is a somewhere it says 2023. We don't want it to say 2023, so I'll try and find that, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. It's a busy day, lots going on. It's a Sunday, and we are broadcasting live on YouTube at 2:32 on the 9th of August, which is a Sunday. And anyway, I had heard that there was possibly a somewhere it said 2023, and I don't know where that is. So if anybody sees that, if you let me know. 2023 was on the WebEx stream, so it's WebEx. So there you go, something different. All right. If there are any questions that I can answer, I'll let you know. But I did just speak with BC Wildfire, the representative who we'll have with us. I believe it's going to be Erin. Is on her way. So we'll have her in here at 3:30. So with BC Wildfire, as you know, BC Wildfire has an incredible crew of people. They're working with so many different partner agencies, including fire departments, to work on this fire. The type of update that I'm hoping we'll get, we usually get, it's amazing because we get that operational knowledge, the latest of what BC Wildfire believes the fire is doing, what we can expect, and that kind of thing. So issues regarding access or entry permits or anything like that, that's from the regional district or Summerland, but through this emergency operations center. And if you just joined us, I have mentioned that quite a few times, that there is a process, there is a plan. Anytime a wildfire happens, you basically start kicking into the plans that you have to manage it. And one of them is recovery. Anytime you have an evacuation order in place, you have to set up recovery. You have to be prepared to, how are we going to get people back into their property? This is a pretty massive wildfire with the entire community of Summerland out of their homes, and then sections of electoral area F and I is impacted, PIB is impacted, and to some extent Penticton, due to its proximity, is managing what they have to manage, and is of course the host community for ESS. We have heard that there are some concerns with emergency support services, and I can tell you that people are aware and are working on it right now. So patience if you can, please. I was hoping again to get out to the reception center. I haven't had a chance yet, but it would be really nice to get out there for me, just to take a look and to talk to people, because it's always really interesting to talk to the volunteers and talk to residents and just get a sense of what's going on. And we are getting a sense of that, I think, through here. So that certainly is really helpful. So again, one of the big questions always is temporary access. And I know I've said it a bunch, but for those who may have joined, or just to reiterate, temporary access is something that has to be dealt with and managed in an there's a process in place, and it starts with who needs to get into that area for what reason. And that would be, for example, a group like Alert to help water feed some animals who were left behind. Because this area is still not safe. You can't just have people going in all over the place. So it starts in a controlled manner, and it's done over days and then over weeks as far as the whole reentry. So with properties, mine included, that are on evacuation order, if they're not directly impacted by the fire and the area might be safe, there might be an opportunity within the next few days, we're hoping, and we can certainly talk to some of the others here in this organization who make those decisions, to get people in temporarily to go and do whatever they need to do. Maybe they want to, whatever that might be. If that's possible, it will happen, and it'll happen as soon as possible and when it's safe to do so. So that's one element of all of this. So I think what happens is people, they just don't know, and they want to hear from this organization, from the municipalities and the regional district, when can I go home? So what I'm saying on behalf of this organization, from what I've heard, is that plans are in place to figure that out, work it out, what makes sense. But we're still in the early stages because this fire is still so active. It's very challenging to have people go back into their homes. And my sense from doing this kind of work is that when a fire is still very dangerous to the region, you don't want to open up an evacuation order and say it's okay to go back, because if it changes, then that's obviously not good. So work is being done to get you back to your home as soon as possible. If you live in the area and you are not under an evacuation alert or order, but you are within close proximity to this fire, keep that in mind. Situational awareness. You're probably watching the fire if you can see it from where you live. And if you're close enough to see it, then obviously there could be a chance that conditions change. If conditions ever change, and all of a sudden you're under an alert or order, what does that look like for your family? Now is a good time to prepare. But it's also a good time to prepare anytime, because as I was saying earlier, have been in this area, in this region, we've been watching fires around us. And so that should have been a reminder for many of us to say, what if it happens here? What if it happens right now? Am I ready? So I have a better understanding of that now, having been evacuated from my home for the first time. And having talked about it a lot, but having to actually do it is quite a bit different, because now I have a sense of I should have taken more time to do a couple of other things that I didn't do. And they were minor, but like I said before, I forgot my toothbrush. Not a big deal. I got a new one. But if you have things in place and it's ready to go, it makes it a lot easier. You just grab your grab and go kit. You grab those things that you think you might want to take with you. And it really does take the stress away. When I was under evacuation order and I had to go home at night, it was dark, it was smoky, there was ash falling. People, it was a strange environment because it was very quiet, but I saw some of my neighbors didn't have their lights on. So I went and knocked on the door, let them know what was going on, and they were appreciative of that. But they were, imagine waking up and your neighbor's at your door. And then I think the majority of people, I think everybody in my neighborhood decided, yeah, it's probably a good idea, we should get out. The problem with staying behind is when all of a sudden you've got no power, and all of a sudden possibly you've got no water. People have asked about a couple of different things, the conditions in Summerland. Now, again, I don't speak on behalf of the District of Summerland. We are in the Regional Emergency Operations Center, and we're working with Summerland, but we had the CAO in here earlier, Graham Statt, who said downtown is intact. There were some reports online falsely claiming that downtown was gone, and it's really troubling that people would put that online, where they're getting it from, and they're just assuming it. Maybe I don't know what the issue is, but we can tell you that's not the case. I have talked to BC Wildfire and said, if there's any way we can get any images from the area, from the fire, that would be great. And I'm going to take a look now. Actually, BC Wildfire did inform me that they have some on their website, and I'm not sure if there are new ones, but I'm going to quickly take a look here to see if we might be able to find some new aerial photos that they were talking about, which would be great. Yeah. So, and then, people want to know about damage to structures. So if there's a structure or a property that's been impacted, the person who owns that property would be told first. But the damage assessment process takes a lot of time. So it's not like there's just a book and it has all the information in it. I can give you an example. The RDOS is trying to determine the status of a pump house. And so there is a process to go and do that. And then it gets added to the list, and now we'll know what that status is. And I don't have the details on that, but I was just using that as an example. I'm going to share screen for just a moment. So on the BC Wildfire website, when you go to this particular wildfire, which is the Bald Range wildfire, you will see that the evacuation alerts and orders are listed. There are currently 4 evacuation alerts and 5 orders. Someone commented earlier that they hadn't seen any, the latest order posted on the BC Wildfire website. That order or alert that's issued by the Regional District of Okanagan, Similkameen, sometimes on behalf of or including municipalities or others, gets posted on our website first, the RDOS website. It's sent out through Voyant Alert as well. So anyone who needs to get that information, an alert or an order, they'll get that right away. And then other agencies will post it. So BC Wildfire posts it when they are able to, and then Emergency Info BC as well. So if we look in here, the gallery, so there are some of the more recent pictures the BC Wildfire has put up of this fire. I'm just going to scroll through. So there's 3 of them or 6 of them right now. I know that BC Wildfire, if they have more, they'll put them up as well. But this is what it looked like overnight. And you know, this is a great example of how challenging it is for these firefighters, men and women, who are really, I think, putting their lives at risk. It's smoky, it's hot, and it's unbelievable. I'm just going to pause for 1 second. Excuse me for a second. Hi there, Eric again. That was a media call asking about the number of properties impacted by a recent order that went out. So I'm going to have to take a break here in just a moment. I'm going to ask my colleague. Actually, you know what I'll do? I keep doing this. I keep forgetting I can just send an email. It's just hard to talk and email at the same time. So I'm going to see if we can get those numbers for you actually for the 3:30 update when we have BC Wildfire Service in here to get a good idea of how many properties are impacted by all of the different orders and alerts that are out that have been issued right now, which there are, as you heard there are a total of 9, I believe. Anyway, and if there's any other questions I can answer, I hopefully will. I've heard people talk about people staying behind during a wildfire, and I had a chance earlier to talk to an RCMP member who was just telling me about his experience. And you know, when you're doing what's called a tactical evacuation, where RCMP or search and rescue have to go in to ask people to leave an area, if they decide not to leave, there isn't a lot you can do. In my case, in my neighborhood, excuse me, even though I didn't really feel like I was at risk, I knew that I was supposed to leave because I was being asked to leave. So I did, and most of my neighbors did. There are several reasons for that, as you probably know. One is that you're being asked to leave because it's not safe. Mine wasn't a tactical evacuation, but it made sense when there's ash dropping out of the sky and you can see the ominous clouds. And also, it means that the crews that remain behind to protect homes don't have to also try to protect lives, because that's not helpful for anybody. It puts first responders at risk, puts yourself or your family at risk if you decide to stay. And also it means that it impacts the ability to fight that fire, drop water, drop retardant, that kind of thing. So I think that's really important. Anyway, yeah, and it is really hot out there. It's really dry. I talked earlier about this. I'm going to mention it again, and I think this is really important. How can we help? What can we do to prevent a wildfire? What can we do to not make things worse? So, for example, let's start with on the water. There are people on the water who have come here to recreate or live here, and they want to be in a boat and they want to be on the lake. They have to be aware that aircraft may be in the area and may need to access the lake to get water. If that's the case, you'll see them. That's your cue to get out of the way, to move as far away from that area as you can and to stay to the sides of the lake. When people don't pay attention to that, it's really dangerous. So I want people to Talk to your friends and family about that if they're out on a boat, just to remind them. It's a pretty simple thing, but not everybody understands it. And there are times, and it's usually a handful of people, but there are times where people don't pay attention to that. So if you're on the water and you see that aircraft are working that area to fight the fire, please work with them and avoid the area. Stay out of their way. You can still be on the lake, but of course, you have to do it responsibly. That includes the backcountry. Anywhere in the backcountry right now in this area is incredibly dry. The fuel load is a concern when it's that dry. So anything that humans do that can impact that is a problem. So whether it's a cigarette butt, a illegal campfire, or activities with motorbikes, ATVs, things like that, that could cause a spark. And I appreciate that people might think, it's going to be fine, that won't happen. But if your activity in the backcountry could potentially cause a fire, and there's homes around there, it doesn't even matter if there's homes around, fires move fast. So I want people to keep that in mind as well. And that's really coming from me personally, because I know what is at stake and I've seen it. And I know I talked to a friend, I think I told you that this morning on the early live stream, a friend who was impacted by this wildfire very seriously. And it came out of the bush, and he said it was like the way the fire came toward his house, and it was frightening. He had to get his family out. That was up by Fulder. So, going in the backcountry is one thing, but anything that could potentially cause a fire right now, especially, is not good. We're dealing with a pretty major wildfire situation, and any other starts are going to challenge the resources available, and it's going to really cause more stress that we don't need. So please keep that in mind. ESS has been a popular topic here. Not much more I can say about that other than if you haven't registered yet, you can go online, ess.gov.bc.ca. So, and I stopped pictures, but you know where the website is, bcwildfire.ca, if you want to take a look at some. And then there are some challenges with ESS with registering, and everyone involved is aware of that, and they're doing their best to address the situation. So patience, of course. If you have insurance for your house, that's really what you should be doing. Insurance for your home during an evacuation order, when you have to leave your home, that's what that insurance is for. Those funds will help cover your costs for a hotel, if you have to travel out of the area, if you have to get groceries and other supplies for your family. So if you have insurance, please contact your provider. If you don't have insurance and you need help and you're waiting for help through ESS, you just simply have to be prepared to take the steps that need to happen to do that. If you're having some problems and you just need someone to talk to, maybe you need some guidance, there is a number associated with ESS that you can call. I'll see if I can find that right now. And the backup always is to call the Emergency Operations Center, 250-490-4225, because we're not going to turn you away. We want to try and help people. ess.gov.bc.ca. So let's see. I'm going to share screen for a moment again. And we'll see what that phone number is. So it's right at the top of the screen when you go to ess.bc.ca, and you'll see it there, 1-800-387-4258. 1-800-387-4258. Call that number and see what happens. I don't want to tie it up, but I'm just going to very quickly call. My sense is that number is probably busy because we're not the only area impacted by wildfire. So there may be some delays. The hours have been extended from 7:30 to 7:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. So I'm getting a voicemail, but then it'll give me some options. I don't want to tie up that line, so I won't stay on there. But it says if it's an emergency, so if you're calling ESS and it's an emergency, you need to hang up and dial 911. Call 911. That's an old school term, dial. You need to call 911. But anyway, that's the phone number, 1-800. I'll put that here in the chat. Again, lots of demand right now, lots of need. So you may have to be patient, but at least there is a number to call where you can have someone help you, walk you through it. Or you can go directly to the reception center. So it's 1-800-387-4258. So that number is in the chat right now if you need it. So I'm going to take a short break again, very briefly. We will have a BC Wildfire update at 3:30. going to put that in the chat again. BC Wildfire chat is confirmed. BC Wildfire update. BC Wildfire service update confirmed for 3:30 p.m., which is great. I like talking to BC Wildfire because when there's a wildfire on, we here at the Emergency Operations Center are talking about certain elements. We're talking about evacuations, orders and alerts and rescinds and how people are coming and going out of that region, how they can get the supports. But BC Wildfire is talking about what everybody wants to talk about is what's the fire doing? What can we expect? What information can you give us about this fire? And they have it. And they are, they're directly into it. This will not be a new stream. I'm not going to turn this stream off. I don't trust technology today. It's one of those days. So no, we will stay here. And someone's asking if they have to evacuate in Penticton. Penticton does not have to evacuate, no, but if you are in an evacuation zone area in Summerland, the regional district, or PIB, you can come to Penticton. It's 273 Power Street. And that is the Penticton Trade and Convention Center. That's where you would go to in Penticton. BC Wildfire Service update confirmed for 3:30 p.m. on Sunday, August 9th. There we go. So that's in the chat. 2026, just to be clear. All right, take a short break. Come back in just about 10 minutes. So right now it is 2:51. I'll be back at 3 o'clock for another update, and we'll continue on then. Thanks for your patience. Yep. All right, here we go. We're back again. It is now 3:03 on Sunday, August the 9th, 2026. My name is Eric Thompson, and I'm with the Emergency Operations Center here at the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. And we are this Emergency Operations Center is a regional emergency operations center working in conjunction with emergency operations in Summerland, in Penticton, and also PIB, the Penticton Indian Band. So each of the other areas would have their own EOC set up. Summerland's a bit unique because of what's gone on with the wildfire in that community. So they are operating, the staff from the District of Summerland are operating here out of this regional operations center. But this regional operations center serves the region. So it's sort of the regional one with the other EOCs feeding into it. We have other people here as well who are representatives of some of those organizations. All right, so I'll take that sign down. I did have a chance just a few moments ago to speak with one of our IT specialists, Bailey, who said he's been watching some of the comments and talking about some of the technology. And he asked if I had thought of maybe upgrading some of the technology for our YouTube. And said easy, yes, of course we have. We're using YouTube in a way we haven't used it before, and it started on the fly because once this fire hit, it was, as you know, very, very big. We made the decision to let's just go on YouTube. Let's start streaming now, and we're kind of figuring it out as we go. I've used technology a lot. I know what some of the options are, but with YouTube, I feel it is such a versatile and important function that it's time now to start looking at it in a different way. And what do we need to add to it? Basically, now what we're looking at is mini broadcasts. So as the host and the operator and the producer, I need to be able to push buttons to get windows up and to bring other people into the feed. And it's a really amazing time we live in, because I worked in broadcast television prior to 2011. And you had an entire studio for that with lots of operators. And now you can almost pretty much do it by yourself, standing at a computer, which is absolutely amazing. Let's do a quick recap. Why we're here on this live stream is to keep this live stream open to provide real-time information when it comes in, but also in between to continue to reiterate some of the important information, to answer some of these questions that we're hearing from people, and to go from there. What we're also going to do is bring in BC Wildfire Service at 3:30, literally into, I'll have to clean up a bit here, I think, bring the representative from BC Wildfire in here to talk, find out what the fire is doing, find out what the plan is as far as looking ahead, and get any information we can. So that'll be a good opportunity to get more information. I've heard from some media who are watching this feed, and I do appreciate that you're looking for some numbers. I've just followed the process. We have section leads in the Emergency Operations Center, and I'm in the information section. The planning section is responsible for preparing evacuation alerts and orders and rescinds. Rescind, of course, means it's been taken off. And I've asked if we can get some updated numbers on how many evacuation alerts are in place for the different areas that are impacted, and same with the evacuation orders. So I will get those out as quickly as I can, and we'll make sure you have those numbers available. We did put some out yesterday as well. And what I've asked for, though, is just that list. And I'm going to take a look at this email I've just received and see if that is exactly what we have. So what else can I tell you about? If there's any questions, I can certainly try to answer them. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share with you the numbers that I've just received. And again, we had a request from media to mention it live. So for the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use technology by copying and pasting. See if that works. All right, here we go. So for the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, just one second, I'll mention what that is for people who might come in late. Current alerts and orders as of 3:08 p.m. Typing along with me here, 3:08 p.m. on Sunday, August 9th. 2026. So these are the latest numbers that we can share with you. So for the RDOS, there are 1,065 properties under alert, 451 properties under order. That's for the Regional District of Okanagan, Similkameen. And that's 2 electoral areas, so combined, F and I. Summerland, no properties are under alert, but everyone is under order, and that is 5,688, one of them being my family's property, and some of the others being people who are working or volunteering rather with ESS, who are working here alongside me in the Emergency Operations Center, and who are out fighting the fire. Many local people involved in this effort, and some of them are on evacuation order. So 5,688 properties. That's all of Summerland under evacuation order. Penticton Indian Band has an alert, or several alerts, or a couple of alerts, sorry, a few alerts in place. 1,082 properties are impacted. And for orders, it's 38. So 38 properties under order. That's the latest information that I have. We had a request about earlier about how many properties were under evacuation order based on the most recent order that went out. And that's a tough one because apparently, I guess, you know, there's a difference between a property and then a civic address. So it does get a little bit confusing, but I'm thinking that that number might be, no, that's the latest number we have is 38. So I'm going to have to leave it at that one. And I'll follow up with planning on any change to that from today. Let's see. Just checking the questions there. So we have about 20 minutes now before our BC Wildfire Service update. And these are the kinds of questions that I can ask is people are talking about helicopters and water bombers. Are they dropping water? I can't confirm that, but certainly that's a BC Wildfire question, is to talk a bit about what's going on. You know, another thing we can do is go directly to the BC Wildfire Service website, and you're not going to get minute by minute updates because that's very difficult to do and not necessarily a good use of time. Excuse me, but what you would find is a general idea of what the assets are that are available. So I'm going to click on this wildfire here. And this is the website you can go to, bcwildfire.ca, and you bring up the map and you can check out full details. And then over here, there's response and maps right in the middle. If you go to response, you'll get an idea of what's happening, resources assigned, and that includes aviation, heavy equipment. Right now, 9 helicopters are responding to the wildfire, and whether they're dropping water at this moment or not, very difficult to say, but if you're in the area, you might hear them. The air tanker and skimmers. So those skimmers will be picking up water. So again, if anybody's out on the lake or planning to go out on the lake, remember to stay away from the area where where the aircraft will be operating. There's lots of heavy equipment, structure protection units in place as well to protect property. And so there you go. There's a good idea of what's happening. So this is from August 9th, which is today. And it says last night there were some poor overnight recoveries were observed. The Bald Range wildfire. I'm not going to get into the details there because it's not my area of expertise, and it's for BC Wildfire to talk about, but we'll ask them when they're in a little bit. What does that say? Okay, I think I will tidy up my desk a bit because I will be having someone come in, so put a few things away, be a good host. Take a short break on our live stream now, and then we'll reconvene here, possibly again before 3:30, but definitely at 3:30. So 3:30 Pacific time, we'll be back in here with BC Wildfire Service. I believe they'll be here right at 3:30, the representatives. So we'll ask some questions. The chat will be open. We'll do our best to answer and facilitate any of those questions that we can. And remember, if there's any information that you are unsure of, whether you just have a question, or you need something clarified, or you've seen some information you want verified, I would highly recommend, because you're online right now watching this, that if you can go to the website where you could find the direct information, that's the best option. So Drive BC has the very latest information on what's happening on the roads. And I'm going to go take a look at Drive BC right now just to see if anything has changed with the highway. And as soon as the information is verified and confirmed, it will be posted on the Drive BC website. And I'm seeing right now that the highway is closed between Penticton and Summerland. And that means that you only have a couple of options to travel outside the area. If you're in the Penticton region right now and you're trying to travel north, you won't be able to go on the highway, but there are other options for you. And sorry, I'm just bringing up that screen. Include the 201. Now, it's really important to remember the 201 is not meant for heavy traffic. It's not meant for a lot of traffic. You also have to know where you're going. So be aware that if you're going to take the 201, you need to have a vehicle that's okay with a road that's not always maintained necessarily to the level that you might expect on a major roadway or highway. And you do have to know where you're going, and it can be a bit tricky. So no one is suggesting you take Highway 2 or the 201, but your alternatives are to go around. For those of you not from the area, the Highway 201 or the 201, whatever they call it officially, Forest Service Road, is on the east side of Okanagan Lake, and it runs roughly between Penticton up toward Kelowna. And it is a Forest Service road, so that's really important to remember. And here's the information about the highway. So 500 meters north of Hardy Street, and then it ends at Kickenny. So you won't be able to travel that route if you're trying to travel north from Penticton. And then, of course, your other routes are heading west. You can take 3A through to Princeton, and then up 5A, north on 5A, and then head back east on 97C, and then you can go around that closure. So that is a significant amount of time, but at least it's an option. And then the other option, if you want to do Highway 33, will end up doing a bit of a loop through Soyuz. Where is it? Is it through Soyuz? Yeah, it is. So it's a long drive, but it's an option. So drive BC if you're heading anywhere in this region and you want to just make sure the roads are safe, or what's open, I should say. And then emergency support services, if you're still looking for information online and you want to register, emergency support services is ess.gov.bc.ca. BC Wildfire Service, bcwildfire.ca for the latest on the fire and any other fires in the region. Also, if you download the BC Wildfire Service app, you can report wildfires if you see them. And then the RDOS website is rdos.bc.ca. We'll take a very short break and we'll be right back. Hello, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Eric Thompson. I'm with the Emergency Operations Center here at the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. Erin Catherall is joining me now. She is an information officer with BC Wildfire Service. I do appreciate you coming in. She's come in from where you're staging to work on this fire. And I'm just going to step out of the screen here and just ask a few questions and ask Erin if she can give us the latest updates. While she is getting started, I'm going to be quietly typing in the phone number for people who are looking for specific information from BC Wildfire, and then the media line, which is intended for media, but for the public if they have to ask a question as well. So with that, Erin, if you could just give us what you can as far as the latest on the Bald Range wildfire.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for having us here today. And hi, everyone. Sorry for the tech issues a little bit earlier. So I am a fire information officer with the incident management team. We're currently stationed out in the Summerland Arena, and we have a camp that's currently being mobilized. So today the fire is sized at around 13,600 hectares. There has been approximately a 3,000 hectare growth since yesterday. As everyone is well aware, this is an extremely dynamic fire with volatile fire behavior activity. Last night we did experience poor overnight recoveries with relative humidity around 33%. The south end of the fire did see elevated fire behavior activity. We also saw continued activity around the Fish Lake Road and Garnet Valley Road areas. As of today, we have approximately, just pulling up the numbers here, 78 firefighting personnel that are on site. We have crews that are working around the clock, so they're doing night shifts and making sure that we have people on the ground 24 hours. This is both for our BC Wildfire crews as well as our aircraft and heavy equipment, and also our structural protection personnel. As of this morning, we had, after the night shift, there was 58 structural protection personnel on site with apparatuses. They're continuing to work in areas where structures are at risk. In terms of what we have as objectives for today, a key focus is the drainage between Fish Lake and Garnet Valley, where crews are working to limit further growth and reduce impacts to structures. The south end continues to be a concern. We had easterly winds this morning. We are expecting a shift towards westerly winds today and into the evening. This shift in wind is making it challenging for crews. The one good thing that we are seeing is the heavy smoke. I know it's not great for people experiencing that, but that actually is reducing fire behavior. What we don't want is blue skies, because as soon as the smoke disappears, we're going to have hotter temperatures and we will have an increase in fire behavior activity. Things are very, very dry. So what we saw and the rapid increase in fire activity since Friday wasn't due to a wildfire event. This, weather event, pardon me. So that was just the current conditions. Those conditions still exist. So we want people to be extra, extra vigilant. With the highway closure that is happening, we advise people to continue to check Drive BC for updates on the highway status. There are numerous evacuation orders and alerts in effect, and we encourage the public to continue to reach out to their local authorities to get the latest information on those evacuation orders and alerts.
Okay, Erin, thank you very much. I just want to remind people, if you're on the chat right now, if you do have a specific question and we're able to answer it, we will. If you want to keep your other comments just maybe to yourself for just a moment, what we're really trying to do is facilitate for the next 10 minutes or so while we have Erin here some good information that people might want to know. And we do have Graham Stat nearby as well, and he is the CAO of Summerland. So he's listening in to see if there's anything that comes to mind that he might want to ask about as well. So people are asking about their natural gas. Turning natural gas off in an order area right now, they're not in that area, so they can't do that. But before you leave, is that something that people should have done?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So we have BC Hydro, Fortis BC, and Okanagan Gas that are working in the area that's under evacuation order right now to address critical infrastructure turn off gas. So that is something that we're having constant conversations with. I know also that there's been a number of questions about updates on livestock. There are a rancher liaison that has been set up with the EOC, and we are working with the EOC around some of those permitting. But right now, we are seeing elevated fire activity. Things are hot and dry, and we do not expect like a change in the current situation that it is right now.
Okay, and I want to just double check here. So what we're doing today really is to get an idea of where this fire is at right now, what people need to know about. Now, the conversation about specific damage to specific properties, that really is a conversation more for the local government at another time. And certainly BC Wildfire is focused on fighting the fire itself. And looking at when it's safe to access those areas to go and do those assessments.
Totally. So that's a really good question. And I know sometimes it can be a little bit confusing around the various agencies that are involved. This is a very complex fire, and the work that is happening is with multiple agencies, and there's a lot of really, really good work that's going on. So for BC Wildfire Service, we will provide updates on fire activity. For the public that's wanting to know, the status of their homes, how many structures might have been impacted, all that is directed to your local regional district. If you have questions around pets, anything like that, again, that is directed towards your local regional district and cattle and livestock. For information around road updates, you'll want to go to Drive BC. That is the most up-to-date information. And for orders and alerts, that information is on Drive BC, or sorry, not Drive BC. It's on Emergency Info BC, and also you can find that on by the local regional districts, nation websites, and your local authorities. We do have RCMP structure protection units that are working in the area, and it's very dynamic, and it is constantly changing.
Okay, now I'm looking at the conversations here in the chat, and I think it's really interesting when people are saying, will it spread?
Yeah.
Where will it go? It's really difficult to guess what it might be doing. And you did talk about it earlier, that what we do know right now is that the winds are going to be shifting to the west, or westerly winds, and they will likely last into the evening. And that's what we do know. So we can't predict whether it's going to, the fire is going to spread a certain way. That would be difficult to do, right?
That's correct. So within the incident management team, we have various positions. One of the positions that we have with our team is a fire behavior analyst. So they're looking at specific weather indices, looking at fire behavior to sort of have some predictive modeling around what the fire will look like. Weather is a huge component of that. In terms of what we're seeing right now, we are seeing fire activity on the southern flank of the fire. That said, there is no current evacuation order or alert for the Penticton area. I'm just seeing it in the comment section right now. But again, please check your local regional district website for the most up-to-date information. That's where you will find details on any evacuation orders and alerts.
Erin, in just a moment, I'm going to bring up the wildfire map and share it on the screen here, but I want to reiterate that it's difficult at this stage to talk about assessments on properties, damage to properties, and those kinds of things, because first of all, that's not the role of BC Wildfire Service. It's to manage the fire, to fight the fire, and then the local governments do those assessments. And there's probably input, I'm assuming, from BC Wildfire, but can you talk about downtown Penticton at all? Because you may have had eyes on, and we've had the CAO in here earlier, and he said that downtown Penticton is intact. because there were erroneous reports that it wasn't. Is there anything you can say about downtown Penticton or any of that type of?
Right now, for the fire that I'm working on, the Bald Range Wildfire, that is for the Summerland area, and there are a number of evacuation orders and alerts, both by the nation, regional districts, and there is an alert up in the Peachland area. There is nothing in effect as of right now for Penticton, so just continue to check in with your local regional district. They will have any information on being anything with regards to evacuation orders and alerts.
Okay, I'm going to make sure I said downtown Summerland, not downtown Penticton.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you said Penticton. Okay, yeah.
Dick Graham was giving me a funny look.
Okay.
Downtown Summerland.
Yeah, downtown Summerland. Yeah, okay. So right now, downtown Summerland, from what I have been updated as of this morning, is intact.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
A lot of information flowing around. Okay, we're not going to take too much more of your time because I know you have a lot to do. You've given us some very good information about what the fire is doing. I'll bring up the map in just a moment. We talked about what the winds are expected to do. People are asking about specific areas like West Bench or the southern flank of this fire. At this point, basically, the true information available is that there are alerts and orders in certain regions for a reason. An alert, for example, means that there's always the potential that there could be movement, but it really is hour to hour.
Yeah, we really encourage people to stay connected with your local regional district. Look for updates, have your grab and go bag as well, because it is a very dynamic situation out there. And as we saw on Friday when this fire started, it grew rapidly, and the fire behavior was ranked 5 to 6. It was very extreme to the point where we had embers that were going a kilometer ahead, and you can't put crews between the fire and a new start because that just puts lives at danger. So just be very dialed in with your local regional district and nation for any updates with regards to evacuation orders and alerts, and make sure that you've got that grab and go bag if you are in an alert area, because the situation is dynamic.
Yeah. Okay. And the comments are coming in fast and furious, but I want to reiterate what we do know right now is that with this wildfire, when you look at the wildfire map, which I'll bring up in just a moment, I don't want to bring it up just now because we seem to have some problems where it slows down our feed. But the winds, when they change to go a certain direction, that for BC wildfire is an indication that people need to be aware that fire can move at any moment. So it could move. But again, hour to hour, it can change.
Yeah, so the challenge for today is that we are seeing wind shifts, and also like having the smoke keeps the temperatures low. If we do see blue sky, that's when we will see an increase in fire behavior. Yeah. So the smoke, as awful as it is to be in it, it is actually a good thing for helping to reduce the fire behavior a little bit. One thing that I think would be really helpful just to mention, because I am seeing in the chat questions around certain areas and knowing if certain parts of the community are okay and where it is in relation to the wildfire activity. As Eric is going to show, we have a wildfire map. This map is a live map that is updated as soon as we get information from crews. So place to go if you're wanting to know where the fire is in relation to your place. So as you can see, Eric's just scrolling into the fire perimeter there, and up in the top, you'll see the search menu, and you can put in your specific address. If your address falls within the fire perimeter, fire is spotty, so it doesn't necessarily mean that because your home is within that perimeter, something has happened, but that will give you an idea of where your home is in relation to the fire. And if you have further questions around the status of your home, that is when you'll contact the local regional district, and they will be able to support you with those inquiries.
Okay, this wildfire website is updated quite regularly. I've seen it within a short period of time when there's new information. Some of the comments that I'm seeing are really interesting because people want really specific detailed information that often isn't available in what happened on the street, what happened on that street. And as you said, that's up to the local government, and the process of actually gathering and disseminating that information is still in a process where we have to, or at a stage where the fire is still very active. So people aren't going through the streets and making notes and adding that information and making it available because it's just not possible yet.
Yeah, the fire still remains very active. Visibility is also impacted with the smoke. I'm seeing here just some of there's a lot of questions, but we're, asking, where was it? Wanting to know, like, how often do the maps get updated? That is dependent on being able to do a perimeter mapping of getting up in the air. And that is dependent on, visibility as well. So the timing of when those maps get updated, that as soon as we get that information at the site level, that is updated live into the website as well. So it is a really, really good resource for getting the most up-to-date information.
The types of questions that often come up during wildfires is people want to know specifically where it's going. Is it going to affect this area? Will it affect? A lot of that is guessing. Like, you really aren't. And even if you're on the ground looking at the fire, you can't really guess where that fire is going to go. When the winds are moving, you know that a certain large range of area might be at risk. But it changes from hour to hour. So some of the very specific questions people are looking for answers to it's not possible to answer that question.
Yeah, and in terms of looking at ways where crews can make quick wins, they're going in and addressing hotspots. And as mentioned earlier, focusing on that drainage between Garnet Valley and Fish Lake Road. And also continuing to work on that southern flank as well. So those are key priority areas. In terms of, again, just some of the questions that we're seeing around, like, is the line the fire perimeter? For this image that you're seeing, yes. But if you toggle up at the top where you'll see the search bar, you can press those buttons and it will give overlay of different features. So, if you click evacuations, it's going to show where the evacuations are in red and alerts in orange. Knowing what the fire danger rating is. So you can play with that to get a sense of where you are in relation to some of those layers.
Okay, that's really helpful. Now, there are no area restrictions in place right now, but earlier I was mentioning to people that it's really important to be careful in the backcountry wherever you are. Make sure that whatever you're doing isn't going to potentially cause a fire. And I'm talking more about areas, obviously, that aren't under an order right now.
Absolutely. Right now, the fuel conditions are extreme. Like, we really need people to be hyper vigilant. This is having an immense impact on communities, not only here, but across the province. As many of you are aware, the province implemented a state of emergency as of yesterday, just given how much activity we are seeing in the area as well.
Okay, I'm going to wrap it up there. I'm going to end our screen here and ask you, Erin, again, this is Erin Cathro. She is with BC Wildfire Service. She's an information officer operating out of the region. And I do appreciate you taking time to come down here and talk to us here in Penticton. What would your message be for people who are looking for, looking for some guidance on this fire and what they need to keep in mind? Because let's put it this way: what's the stage that we're at right now? We're right very much? I mean, it's only 2-3 days old now.
Yeah.
So it's too early to start talking about where the fire is going to go and when it will end and when we can go home. Is that true?
So we're in the middle of the fire season. We have seen extreme fire behavior, rank 5, 6 on Friday. We saw a lot of fire activity yesterday. We're expecting it today as well. We're not out of the woods yet. Mm-hmm. So we really need people to be extra cautious, as you mentioned, if they are going in the backcountry. Make sure that you are dialed in to Drive BC for highway updates, looking at your local regional districts, the nation for any evacuation orders and alerts. Continue to look at the Wildfire of Note page for the Bald Range wildfire, as we are updating information as soon as we get it. So that's where you'll find the most up-to-date information with regards to crew resources that are out there, updates on the fire activity for objectives for the day, updates from the night before. We also have, and we'll share it in the chat as well, but for the fire information officers that are assigned to the incident management team that's working here, we have an email that you can email. We'll put it in the chat, so not to worry, but I will say it out loud. It's bcws.baldrange.info@gov.bc. That's bcws.baldrange.info@gov.bc.ca. And we also have a public phone line and media line, which is 236-425-9427. That's 236-425-9427. We will put it in the chat if you weren't able to capture that. You are welcome to email those lines. We can try and help you with as much information as we can. We won't be able to speak to structures. That is the responsibility of the regional district and nations, but we can give you the most up-to-date information on the fire and are happy to do interviews as well. So that information will be shared in the chat that you can reach out to if you do have some inquiries with regards to the current fire status.
Okay, Erin, I wanted to end on two notes. A question there, is there a ban on ATVs and motorbikes? There isn't a ban on area restrictions right now, but the message that, from what I understand, we're trying to share with people is to use your best judgment. Don't be out in an area anywhere in the backcountry where your behavior could cause a fire. Motorbikes, vehicles, cigarettes, campfires, all of those things could potentially start a fire, and the conditions are so dry. That's what I wanted to ask you about. Can you talk about what you're seeing as far as, from your background, how dry it is out there and how dangerous it is?
Yeah, things are, we have an extreme fire danger rating right now, so that requires everyone to be hyper vigilant. I know that individuals that have been impacted by this fire know that very well. But we want to get that information out for, tourism that's coming through the area that might not be as familiar. For updates on fire bans and those things can also be found on the BC Wildfire Service webpage for the Kamloops Fire Center region. So this is where this fire resides. And that information will have any updates with regards to bans across the region. Okay. But that's not specific for evacuation orders and alerts. That is through the regional district and local authorities.
Okay, Erin, I wanted to take a moment to thank you very much, not just for coming in, but to thank all of the crews who are working on this fire. And I know you're working with some of the local fire departments, and some of those people might actually be on an evacuation order, just like some of the crew here and some of the ESS volunteers. So thank you to those people and to yourself for the work you're doing.
Yeah, our pleasure. And it's our pleasure to be here and to be able to serve the community.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We're going to take a short break on our live stream. Thanks a lot for participating. Go ahead.
And we'll put the contact information in the chat. We haven't forgotten that.
Yeah, I was typing away, but it was making too much noise. So I'll put the phone number and the email address in there, and then I'll come back online in just a minute. But again, thanks for your time and thanks for coming in, and hopefully we can catch up to you again before too long.
Yeah, sounds great.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I'm just going to step in for a moment and just mention that in a little while here on this stream, we'll mention again where you can find all the official information you need. I'm just going to mute our mic and say goodbye to Erin because I know she has to get back to work. And we'll be back on our live stream in just about 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, we're back again. Thank you very much. My name is Eric with the Emergency Operations Center. I do want to thank Aaron Catherall again from BC Wildfire Service for coming in and talking about the wildfire. A lot of the questions that were posed in the chat, really sometimes, I got to be honest, sometimes the tone of what people say is a bit frustrating because when people say we're not answering questions or things like that, it's a little bit difficult to hear that because what Erin's doing is talking about a very serious event, a large wildfire, and she's doing so in a manner that provides accurate information on a situation that's evolving. So it's really difficult to get into what I call the weeds of specific properties. I mean, she is not in that area right now where a home is and someone's asking for specifics. So she's not going to answer a question like that, especially because the answers are going to come from the local government. The big picture of this fire is that it's a massive wildfire. And what we know now is what she told us is where the winds are going to be going, and they're moving to a westerly section. So whether it's going to go to one neighborhood or to one area, it's very difficult to predict. So you can't really get easy cut and dried answers when you're talking about a natural incident like a wildfire, something that's that big. So I appreciate and hope that people will understand that. There was something that I've been meaning to mention from the city of Penticton that I'd really like to pass along to you. I think this is really important. The city of Penticton has put together a comfort center. It's for evacuees. The comfort center is now open at Princess Margaret Secondary School, 2 high schools in Prince George, in Penticton. It's in the south end, so Princess Margaret Secondary School on 120 Green Avenue West in Penticton. There is space available there for anyone with trailers or campers as well if they'd like to park at that location. There's some showers. There's an outdoor play area for kids, but there's an indoor area where if you just need some quiet, some space to be away from this smoke. And still pretty smoky outside last time I checked. Yeah, very, very smoky. And that's one of the things that Aaron was mentioning was that the wind conditions might be bringing a bit more smoke from some of those other fires to the west of us. So we might be seeing a bit more smoke. So keep that in mind. I did talk earlier about some of the total evacuation alert and order numbers. They were in the chat a little bit earlier. The total number of properties that are currently impacted. Within the RDOS, there are 451 properties under evacuation order. Excuse me, that's in both electoral area F and I. And there are 1,065 properties under evacuation alert. So that's for the Regional District of Okanagan, Similkameen. And we will be catching up with Graham Stat in just a few moments. He's the CAO, the Chief Administrative Officer with the District of Summerland. He's here in the Emergency Operations Center as well. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that idea of someone asked earlier what recovery means. Recovery after wildfire means recovering the economy. It means people getting back to normal. If you've suffered some damage at your home or there's been something serious on your property, what does recovery look like for you? Recovery could mean power was out at your house and you have to deal with the contents of a fridge or a freezer. Those are the types of things that you're looking at there. With that, we've been really early on today. I mentioned that we're looking at a public meeting for tomorrow. That's the goal, but there's no confirmation yet because we are dealing with a situation where there aren't a lot of venues available to host a large meeting. In the convention center right now, as you know, the Penticton Trade and Convention Center is very busy. The parking lot is full of vehicles. There are a lot of people there, so that may or may not be an option. And certainly, there's a lot of people involved in organizing this. So the goal would be, if possible, to host it tomorrow. But if for any reason that their venue is an issue, then it would have to be on Tuesday. But I just want to know, I want you to know, and I shared that information with you early on, that what we're trying to do is work toward organizing a meeting, a public information meeting, so people can get information and hear it directly from the source and ask questions as well. But we're dealing with other problems, as you know, is that we have space issues because we have a lot of evacuees. Very dynamic situation. A new evacuation order was put in place today. But when I say all of this, I want to remind you that this is not a time to panic. This is a time to prepare. So that's really important. People who are working in the emergency management field, firefighters and first responders and others, and the emergency support services personnel, are good at what they do, and they're working very, very hard to make sure that all of us will be safe, all of us will be comfortable. And there are a lot of questions that remain. I can appreciate where you're coming from if you have questions, if you're out of your home, if you're feeling stressed. So remember, talk to someone if you are. A lot of information coming at you, a lot of questions, but it's important to note that the types of questions you might have, if it's about when can I go home, no one is holding that information back. Plans are being made to get you home as quick as possible, but a number of things have to happen. First and foremost, there's a major wildfire going on right now. So the steps that have to happen to get people home involve making sure that that fire isn't threatening your property, or that by going home you could potentially be threatened, or by going home you won't have water or power or wastewater available to you, a sewer system. So those are some of the challenges. I feel like I'm kind of beating the drum here, but I think it's important to keep that in mind. So when the information is available, it will be made available. And if for some reason you're not watching the live stream and it's not on here, it'll be on the website. It'll be sent out through Voyant Alert, the notification system. So wanted to mention that as well. If you go to the RDOS website at rdus.bc.ca, which is over there behind me, you'll get all the links that you need. And I'm going to go there right now, actually, and just take a very quick look and see what the latest information is that's on there. Earlier, when Erin was here from BC Wildfire Service, it was really helpful, actually, some of the stuff she talked about on that BC Wildfire page, where there's layers that you can look at the current alerts and orders, but you can also look at the current size of that fire. So that's really, really important. So keep that in mind. I'm just going on to the RDOS website right now to take a quick look. And aside from that, I hope everyone is doing well. All right, let's take a look. So the latest we have on there right now is there was a mention of our live feed that we had with Erin, and this live feed, as you know, it's recorded, so it will stay on the YouTube channel. So you're able to basically back it up, so to speak, and go back and look at what she had to say. It's a high overview of what's going on. Those updates are never intended to get into the weeds, so to speak, to talk about individual properties. I misspoke and said, I think I said downtown Penticton because that's where I work and I'm here all the time, but I meant to say downtown Summerland. Downtown Summerland is intact. If anyone was wondering, there was some information out there. I think it was erroneously reported, obviously, but I don't know where that comes from and why people do that. But downtown Summerland is intact. I can tell you when this fire broke out, I was at home in Summerland, and by the time I got in here to the Emergency Operations Center, it was scary because we realized that this fire was moving so quickly. And but that's when you get into action. You follow the plan. Everybody has a task. You do what you need to do. And first and foremost in those situations is get people out of the area, make sure they're safe, make sure they know about the fire. A lot of times when a wildfire happens, you know, in your neighborhood, you're going to know about it first. You're going to know about it before emergency responders sometimes because you're looking at it. Somebody reports it. You know, local people talk about it. They start spreading the word. And then if you ever see that happen, if there's a wildfire in your area, and you haven't heard from somebody to tell you to get out, that's your cue. Is if you think it's dangerous, it probably is, and it's a good time to leave the area, especially if it's, you know, if it's safe to do so. Obviously, there might be another challenge where it's not safe to, but certainly call 911 if you need that help. We had heard earlier about these. There were a number of people, more than 50 people, who were rescued by helicopter. I've heard you know, some different stories about where those helicopters may have come from, but regardless, those people were saved. And so now, again, with this large wildfire, it's important to just keep in mind that it's volatile. It's there's a lot of unknowns around this wildfire. So if you're anywhere in the proximity, you're not under alert, but there's a chance that maybe the fire shifts or something. Now is a really good time to just prepare yourself and your family. And any other wildfire that could break out, or you could be somewhere else and a wildfire happens. What does that look like for you? Do you have supplies in your vehicle? You know, when I was evacuating my home from this wildfire, I always keep flashlights all over the place, and I try to keep them in the same place. And I was able to find one that I always have there and charged up, and it was really helpful, because that's the last thing you want to do when you're trying to leave your property is trip on something, and especially if the power goes out. Luckily, that didn't happen in this particular case. I'm going to take a look here at the chat and try and ask or answer a couple of questions. Then I'm going to take a short break again, and then we'll continue our live stream. So let's see what people are saying. Biggest question is any plans in place for possible evacuation of Penticton. I haven't heard anything about that. I mean, I think, fire spread is always a concern. What I would say is that you in your home as an individual and with your family should look at what that would look like for you. Are you prepared? I can tell you that emergency responders and city staff and in any municipality, they're ready to respond to something like that with other first responders. So more importantly, what does it look like for your family? Are you prepared if conditions changed? And that's really important. And again, not just in this area, but in any area, because you could be on vacation somewhere and a fire could break out. So you wouldn't have the same type of resources available to you. So it's always good to keep some kind of a kit in your car, a grab and go bag in your car. It's always recommended even to keep one at work. And I think for many of us, if you work in a different city than where you live, it's important to look at what that might play out as if there is an emergency. So if there's an emergency where you live, but you're at work, you might not be able to get home. So you're not necessarily going to take a bunch of items to work, but maybe you have a grab and go bag and you have a meeting place. So those are just some good scenarios. Being prepared. I think more and more with the way wildfires have been impacting our province, we're learning that we need to be prepared in a different way. We just need to say, something's happening. I didn't see it coming. Let's put our plan in place. And that might be knowing where to meet. It might be talking about, when I had to evacuate, I have 3 small children. And somebody was just saying to me that, tell them we're just going on a camping adventure. And I said, no, I don't need to tell them that. I told them what we're doing. And I was very clear and very honest and very calm. They know about wildfires. They know that's what I do for a living, that I work in this area. They hear about it. So we just talked about what it meant, that not a big deal. We're just taking things to be prepared in case the fire gets worse, but we're all safe and we're going, those are the kinds of things we have to say to each other and be honest, but not scare each other, not get freaked out. And again, when you have a plan, it's a lot easier to do that, to be less stressed. So sharing some personal thoughts with you, trying to give you as much information as we can. And at this point, there is no new information to share with you, but again, it will be ready. Oh, great point. Fill your gas tank. I agree totally with that. Having your gas tank filled or ready, or at least half full. They always say you always keep it half full. I came from the coast. Originally, I lived on the coast and on the island. And I was always concerned. I worked in media and was always hearing about earthquakes and did stories on earthquakes. And I'm still, to this day, always paying attention to earthquakes, because if a major earthquake happens, the megathrust earthquake happens on the coast. I had spoken with John Cassidy, who works, he's an earthquake specialist on the island. And he said, if a megathrust earthquake hits, buildings will shake in Edmonton. Doesn't mean they'll have damage. And so I always think of that, if you're on the coast and something happens, whether it's an earthquake or whatever, are you prepared? You've got your family there in the vehicle. Do you have a grab and go kit? Because, your situation could change abruptly, and it happens. It's not something to be scared of if you have a plan. Being prepared. That's what I like to think of. Anyway, I think I should take a break. I feel like I've said a lot. I really do appreciate the comments and this back and forth. I think it's really helpful. I said earlier that we're creating a sense of creating a sense of community just by having a conversation. Someone commented on RAD. That's really funny. It must be somebody I know. See, I can't tell from these comments who these people are. So some of them I may know, some of them I might not. But anyway, I'll take a break and I'll come back in just a few minutes. You're watching our live feed from the Emergency Operations Center in downtown Penticton. I'm with the Regional District of Okanagan and Similkameen, and my name is Eric Thompson. And I'm happy that you're joining us, and I'll be back in just a short time. Thanks. Probably about 10 minutes. So we'll look at 4:30 local time. Hello again, it is 4:38. I'm Eric with the Emergency Operations Center, and this is your live update, the continuation of our live feed. And I have received some good feedback from people, things that are quite helpful, like where to place the microphone and that kind of thing. So where the mic is here is pretty handy. I understand we have media watching, and so they're trying to record things or recording interviews when we're talking to someone, and then they want to use that for their feed. So it's important that we have good audio. So I'm using this little, actually, I'll show you what I'm using is this little device right here. So that has audio in it, and it also has the microphone. So that's how I'm able to go hands-free without the headphones. And in just a moment, I'm going to bring in Graham Statt. He is the Chief Administrative Officer with the District of Summerland. And I'm going to ask him if he can give us a quick update on what's happening for people in the Summerland area as far as, well, the latest of the latest. So I'll go get Graham and I'll be right back. So stand by. All right, we're back again. This time, Graham Statt, who is the Chief Administrative Officer with the District of Summerland. Graham, thanks a lot for taking time out. Your role here is your incident commander?
Yes, the terms of director.
Oh, you're
Emergency
director.
Operations Center. Titles change depending on the feature, but yeah, Director of Emergency Operations Center right now.
All right. I wanted to talk to you about a couple of things. One is reiterating again what you know about downtown Summerland. So why don't we start there?
Sure. Best information I have on downtown Summerland is downtown Summerland. It remains complete and untouched. And
I'll get you to come closer to the microphone, just so we have.
In fact, we have our forward operating base in downtown Summerland, and near the arena with RCMP and fire. We have helicopters moving in and out of there. Downtown Summerland is complete and active, and if that changed into some different feature, we'd be the first to know.
Okay, just quickly, someone's asking about volunteering. So volunteering, right now, no one's looking for specific volunteers. You can call the EOC information line if you want, but there's been no call for specific volunteers at the moment. Now, I wanted to ask you about this, the next steps, recovery for a wildfire starts the minute the wildfire starts, because as soon as you put an evacuation order in place, you have to start looking at what those next steps are. How do we start to phase in what's going to happen next? So right now, from what I understand, the focus is on there are some pets, some animals that have been left behind that people couldn't take out. Mm-hmm. So you're trying to make some arrangements to potentially get alert in if it's safe. Is that right?
Yeah, that is right. As you say, in fact, right from the beginning of the response, we started some early planning on what we call reentry. That reentry planning is maturing as each day goes by. We cannot activate any reentry in any case until we get the go-ahead from BC Wildfire. Mm-hmm. The fire continues to be active. What's really important for everybody to remember is we remain in the response phase actually right now. Active wildfire around the community, wildfire interface areas. And what that means is all the staff that we have need to be devoted to that response phase. There's lots and lots of actions required, as you can imagine. We can't take groups of people off and say, let's go to this other thing. But the planning has begun on the reentry. As you noted, there's some early reentry in very specific circumstances. Livestock is a really important one. Alert is an organization you mentioned that's being utilized to get in there. Feed animals, livestock, do everything they can to support that for obvious reasons. But we are building criteria that we will then use to determine what additional people will be able to go in there for very specific reasons. That has to be narrow in terms of this stage of the process, who might be able to go in. It might need to be chaperoned, it's very time limited. So again, this isn't somebody moving back home, but that is planning that's underway. And in parallel to that, we are starting very early thinking on what areas we're thinking about for reentry. Again, clear criteria, lots of interaction with the BC Wildfire folks to make sure there's human safety involved in that. Utilities have to be ready for them, debris and other things removed if there's that present. And we'll try at the right time to be able to a staged recovery into some of these areas and reentry for the public at that time.
Somebody in a chat asked about Trobe Creek, and the way this wildfire is right now is that it is still such a large and active wildfire. And with the winds changing, especially now westerly, it's unpredictable where the fire is going and how it might impact certain areas. So the talk of reentry right now is too early.
Yeah, the planning is now for sure. We do really appreciate the patience people have shown on this, but to be honest, we need more patience because we have a lot of requests coming in right now for thousands and thousands of reasons. It'll just overwhelm us, and so we're trying to triage those requests, working closely where they make sense. But at the end of the day, we are still in the response phase right now, working with all partners and devoting all resources towards response and just planning some of those reentry requirements. And it's early stage planning.
Okay, anything else you want to leave us with before you get back
to
work?
Yeah, we do want to have some public meetings. Will be face-to-face opportunities, probably a meeting even as early as the next day or two, maybe one after that, where we would come and provide some presentation about what our thinking is in terms of staged reentry. Again, all subject to the right conditions, working with BC Wildfire and at the right time. But we'll try and put our best foot forward on what that looks like. And to be honest, we're not 100% comfortable talking about it yet because we don't have all the answers we need. And you mentioned it earlier when we were talking with BC Wildfire. To ensure public safety, we have to do these rapid damage assessments. That goes into the community and sees where there is damage or hazards, a pole's down or trees down or something on the road here. There's potentially things that need to be remedied to ensure the public can go into an area safely. Those rapid damage assessments can't be done until we can get in there. We can't get in there right now because we're still in the response phase and there's active firefighting occurring. We have to keep those areas clear. As soon as we can get in, we'll do the rapid damage assessments. Then we have best information that can undergo analysis that'll inform us where we can actually start to re-enter people in a staged approach. So we haven't been able to get in yet to actually do any analysis. And was said earlier, BC Wildfire doesn't do that. We have to do that.
Okay. Graham, thanks for your time.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it. Thanks for all you're doing. Watch out for the chair there that I moved out of the way. All right, that's Graham Statt. He's the CAO with the District of Summerland, and I really appreciate him taking time because that's it's a really good perspective, and I think people have to take that quite seriously, that information about what it looks like to get people back in. You know, when you look at the map, I'm going to bring this map up now. When you look at the map of Summerland, and you look at you know, an area like Trout Creek, which is on the south end, where it doesn't look like it's directly impacted by the fire. Well, that perspective is different when you look at the fact that there's westerly winds and that the fire is such an unpredictable fire. I'm just looking at the BC Wildfire website here, and it's updated that the province has declared a state of provincial emergency due to the wildfires. Just on a side note, we did talk earlier about the fact that there are no area restrictions in place, and area restrictions, of course, are put in place to keep people out of certain areas. That hasn't happened yet, and I don't think anybody wants the province to ask them not to be in a certain area. But if people can use their own best judgment and not be in areas with a motorcycle or a vehicle or a chainsaw or heavy equipment that could potentially cause a fire, and also be prepared that if you do spark some kind of a fire, that you're prepared to immediately deal with it and put it out, which is easier said than done when you have incredibly dry conditions like this. So I want to implore people to be extremely careful about being in the backcountry if you don't have to be. It's not about telling people what to do or you're not allowed to go somewhere. It's about using your best sense to not contribute to the problem. That's basically all I'm talking about. So I think everybody can do that. And if you don't live in this area, if you're not from here and you're coming from somewhere else to recreate and you brought your ATV and you just want to go in the backcountry, you know, you might have to wait. You might have to be considerate of the fact that there's a major wildfire in this area and that conditions are extremely dry and that some behavior could potentially lead to a wildfire. I think that's due diligence and that's the right move to make. So I'm looking here at the BC wildfire map and I see that there's this alert in place here, and I just want to double check that. That's for the Bald Range wildfire, and that's within the regional district of Central Okanagan, so separate from the RDOS. But as you can see, there is an evacuation alert in order for that area. So that's relatively new, and I'm just going to open up my screen a little bit more here. But what I wanted to show you was this. Sorry, I got to open this up a bit more. I wanted to show you this map and just consider how big the fire is. And I'm going to take the layers off here. And we'll go to just the wildfire. Okay, so there you go. So that's the wildfire perimeter right now. And again, this little area, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but down here is Trout Creek. So you would think all this area is safe or okay to go home. But what Graham was talking about was there's many other factors involved, plus the complicated factor is this fire here, how big it is. And if you're getting westerly winds, you have to be prepared that things could change. So patience is going to be the key. I've heard people say things like, I'm not getting answers. I want to know when we're going home. There's no answer for that. There is no timeline available. But as Graham said, the work is being done to expedite that as quickly as possible. But we're very much in the middle of a wildfire. So that's the answer. And I think it's always going to be challenging. I know there are people who did not leave the area who are still in Summerland right now, and they're supposed to be out of there. If the conditions change and their lives are suddenly at risk, first responders, although they're not supposed to and shouldn't in the sense that it's you know, the idea is you leave the area and people aren't coming to get you. We know what first responders will do in the moment. There's probably a good chance they're going to make a move and try and help somebody, and that's putting their lives at risk because somebody chose not to leave. It is an inconvenience to be out on evacuation order. I know that firsthand, but it's there's a reason for it. There's multiple reasons for it. So it would be nice if people appreciated that and respected the process because it's in place for a reason. I wanted to talk about emergency support services for a second. I've had a chance to talk to some people who were at the reception center, and I understand how frustrating it is. I just want to say that right up front. It's a challenging situation with a lot of people trying to get help at the same time. Also, there are people who maybe have lost property who are at the reception center. So I've flagged that with our team. We're going to talk about it again. What steps can be taken? And again, Penticton is a host community, talking to Penticton as well. What steps can be taken to try to improve the situation and get through it in an even better way than we are? That's a conversation that has to happen, but it is what it is right now because everybody is going flat out. Everybody's doing everything they can. You're dealing with the combination of technology, which we saw earlier today was a bit challenging on our part with this online system, but you're also dealing with the fact that there's just a lot of people who are looking for support. So I want to remind you again, if you're on evacuation order and you're looking for support, if you have a place to stay or there's somewhere you can go and you're able to do that, if you've checked that you have house insurance and you're using your house insurance for this purpose, please do that because that will then free up the system a little bit more. It'll get you what you need and hopefully that'll help a lot. I want to step out again and take another short break. My goal is to come back right around 5 o'clock or so. I know there's 5 o'clock news. I don't want to get in the way of the news, but I'll do my best to come back right at 5 and we'll continue on. Thanks again for all the great questions and comments, and we'll be here as long as we need to be here to keep talking and keep sharing information. So thank you. All right, back again. Feels like it's been a while. Oh, it's 5:20. I just spoke to some media, and it was sort of like a break, but not really. I just wanted to mention, someone asked, one of the reporters I spoke to asked why I'm doing this, and I don't know exactly what she said because I'm kind of tired right now, but I'm not doing anything special. I just want you to know that. I'm not doing this for myself to be on camera as much as I can. It's not my goal. I'm doing this because it's my job, and my job is to get as much information out as I can that's accurate and it's timely. And when this incident happened and it was so big, and I realized, the team here realized that there was a lot of information, there's going to be a lot of questions. The best way we could do it is just use this technology. Let's use YouTube and just have a live stream where we can come in and out, share information as it becomes available, have a consistent message. So that's really what we're doing here. That's basically it. And I just wanted to make that pretty clear. That's why I'm spending the time I am here. Normally, when an emergency operations center activates, it is all hands on deck, and you do work some long shifts because the work has to get done. I've got some colleagues here who are working really hard to make sure that the information is posted on the website and on Facebook, and is available to the media as well. And the issue with or some of the concerns around emergency support services, I was asked about technology. Earlier, we had a technical issue with, we were trying to do WebEx through a live stream through YouTube, and there was something we did wrong. We're not really sure, but that was our issue. It was also my fault for trying to put our poor IS people through something and then having to change gears very quickly, because we were going to do it in this office and we moved. But anyway, if I in any way indicated there was a technical issue with ESS, I did not mean that. What I was talking about with ESS earlier was that I think it's really challenging for people sometimes to navigate any kind of online sign-up form, especially if you only have your phone. So I think for some people, we're hearing that they may have been a bit frustrated with that process. And then if you get to the ESS reception center, again, there's lots of people. They're trying to process people, and a lot of people have come in a short period of time. So it's just a matter of being patient and understanding that everyone's doing the best they can to make it work. What I have learned, though, and I talked about this earlier, was that I think what we need to do is provide a bit more clear information from our end. So either through this live stream and also online, about what you're looking at. So I did hear from a reporter, I'm losing my train of thought here. Oh, I was listening or speaking to somebody who was at the reception center who was registering for her family. And I've asked one of our representatives here who's on the phone, who's on our call center, who has familiarity with ESS. And I'm going to go and get a bit more information about this. But in the meantime, what I understand is that if, say, for example, there's a couple and one of you goes to the ESS reception center to sign up on behalf of your family, you're basically registering, and you don't need to have both members of your family there and or your children. So that one person is basically the designate, and by signing up and listing the names of the other people, they're the one that's going to get that funding or support for your family. So I hope that's clear. So you wouldn't have to both a husband and wife or a couple kind of situation, from what I understand. And then also, there is a 1-800 number. It may take a while to get through because of the volume, not just in this area, but across the province. So if you call that 1-800 number, when you go to the website, the ESS website, which I'm going to bring up right now, you'll get the 1-800 number, and that will give you the information that you need. And there you see it right there. So right at the top, 1-800-387-4255. And I'll copy that and put it in the chat. So that is the number to call if you're having some trouble navigating the system for whatever reason and you need a little extra help. That's the number. Earlier, I'm going to stop sharing for because I think it does slow things down a bit. But earlier, I was, as you know, if you were joining us, we were speaking with Erin from BC Wildfire Service, and she gave us some information about the Bald Range wildfire as far as getting a hold of BC Wildfire Service if you need information, if you want to send an email or give them a call. And this is if you're looking for some information about the fire itself. If you're looking for detailed information about specific properties, that information would have to come from the local government, in this case, likely the RDOS. For the District of Summerland, Regional District of Okanagan and Milkgreen, we're working together with this regional EOC. You would get information about properties when it becomes available. And as Graham was saying earlier, the CAO of Summerland, a rapid damage assessment needs to be done. And what that means is you're going around property to property to assess if it's safe, whether there's any damage, that type of thing. That can take time to do. It does take time, but it also requires safe access to the area, which is not possible at the moment because there's an ongoing wildfire. Windy, not super windy, but the winds were expected to pick up and go westerly. There was thought that we might even get more smoke, and outside here I noticed that there's a lot of dust on the vehicles and that kind of thing. So there's just a lot of pollutants in the air. I'm going to post this. Oh, I think there's a limit in how much I can put in here. I'm going to just put this information in here from BC Wildfire Service. So this is fire information, an email address, and also a phone number. I'm going to put that in there. That's from BC Wildfire Service. Let's see, what else? Someone was talking about building fire guards around cities and towns. I'm sure that emergency professionals are looking at absolutely everything that's out there, any possible way to help. Anyway, I won't continue on. I don't have any new information for you. Most of you who've been watching this live stream have likely already found the kinds of information you're looking for. You know where you're going to find alerts and orders on the RDOS website. You can see it there behind me, rdos.bc.ca. When you go there, you'll find links to the latest alerts and orders. When you go to the BC Wildfire website, bcwildfire.ca, you'll also find those same alerts and orders posted. And then if a new order or alert comes out, you will see, I'm just looking, I got some pictures here of one of the sites and some of the crew. I'm not sure if I can post those yet, but I'll find out. What else would you find? Oh, Voyant Alert. I think that's one of the real keys is Voyant Alert and how it works. If you haven't signed up for Voyant Alert, when you do, if you do, you'll get notifications. So if there's an emergency in this area, there's two different kinds of alerts. One's a critical, and that means you can't, if you use the service, you can't opt out of it. So it's automatic, but only for critical alerts. So something like an alert, an evacuation alert, your phone would, you'd know that it was there. You'd either get a text, an email, or a phone call, a voicemail message, and you can get all three. And then if there's an order, same thing. And then that same Voyant Alert message is what would alert you to the fact that there's been a resend. So the order or alert has changed, and there's an opportunity to either go home or not, still be on that same level of evacuation. So please keep that in mind, Voyant Alert. If you do have challenges with Voyant Alert, earlier I talked about RDOS Regional Connections. That's a project page that we use here at the RDOS for projects, and there's a tutorial on there. I'm going to go find that one right now on how to use Voyant Alert, because it's a pretty intuitive system, but it's not easy for everybody. So I think it's really important that you know where you can find information. And some people like the more visual, like this, something a bit more visual, where it's not just reading some text. So if you go to RDOS Regional Connections, and then you're looking for the Regional Matters video series, and scroll down, and you will see the video tutorial for RDOS Regional Connections, where we speak with a gentleman by the name of Brian McKinney. And Brian is with Voyant Alert. I think he actually helped create it, but I know he certainly is the co-owner of that. And he talks a bit about show you that. Now, my computer's starting to slow down. There we go. RDOS Regional Connections. You've got the link. And you just scroll down and look for the Voyant Alert video. All right, I think I'm going to wrap up for a minute. I feel like I really talked about a lot of the main things. If you do have any questions, you can always, what's that? Eric, if you click the three dots connected to the message, She sent in chat. You can pin it. Okay, I can pin it. Sure. If that's the one with the information for BC Wildfire. I think that's what you're talking about. Let's try this one, regional connections. No, I won't do that. I don't like to or I see there, I see what you're saying. Okay, I'm mumbling to myself. I'm reading comments here and trying to figure things out. Yes, you're right. If I take a message that I've posted and I want it to continue or to be visible, I can click the three dots beside it and then it'll stay visible. So I will certainly do that at some point when I find the message that I just posted, but I'm not able to find it. I think, I'm just trying to remember if there, I guess one of the things we talked about was probably the information meeting that we're looking to host. We haven't confirmed. It's challenging to find a venue right now because of what's happening with the evacuation orders. So we're as an organization, as a group here in the EOC, we're working on trying to confirm where the best venue is. So whether we can host it tomorrow or the next day, but there's a potential there will be a lot of people at that meeting. So you can't host a public meeting and potentially have several hundred or a few thousand people and not have the proper venue and the proper setup. So it's something that it's a work in progress right now, but it's literally something we're working on right now behind the scenes here. So I can tell you that as soon as that is confirmed, we'll let you know, and we'll make sure that it's virtual as well. Because I think virtual is really important to have it online for people who have left the area, because there are people who've gone to the coast and also maybe just can't travel into the city. So I'm pinning this message right now, which is the information from BC Wildfire if you're looking to email them or to give them a call. Thank you for your nice messages there. I'm going to take a short break again and remind you again that any of the information you're looking for, if you need clarification, go to those official sources. This live stream will stay up as long as we can this evening, and I'll just come back intermittently. I'm really trying to be close to the top and bottom of the hour, just like a newscast, and somewhat more predictable for people. But if we have any new information, we'll post it here. You'll see in the live stream where you can usually go back and take a look. The way it's posted, that's possible. So you can go back and take a look at sections where we're talking about certain areas, like with BC Wildfire, if you missed that update. We have spoken with Aaron from BC Wildfire Service about coming back tomorrow. We're going to probably look at around 2 o'clock, unless things change, unless conditions change, and if anything comes up that we can't control and we have to pivot. But around 2 o'clock on Monday, August the 10th, we'll look at having another BC Wildfire update. And I personally found those quite helpful. I think for Aaron to reiterate who does what, that you wouldn't necessarily get specific information from BC Wildfire, because that's the job of the local government to talk about specific properties, and that the Wildfire Service is going to talk about the bigger picture of what they know right now, what this fire is doing, what we can expect. I think that's really important. So we'll do that again tomorrow with Aaron. All right, and thank you very much. I will talk to you again in just a short bit, but definitely back by 6 o'clock. And sometimes I do have to step out, if I'm not back at 6 or whenever, it's because we're in an EOC briefing, but I'll do my best to get back here within the next 20 minutes or so. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to the live stream. I'm Eric Thompson with the Emergency Operations Center located in Penticton, and I'm with the Regional District of Okanagan, Similkameen. A couple of things that I wanted to mention really quickly. I heard from someone, they thought that possibly if they didn't sign up for ESS, they wouldn't get notified when the order was lifted. That's not true. The only way you'll find out, well, there's multiple ways that you'll find out about an order being lifted. One of them is through Voyant Alert. So Voyant Alert is separate. Voyant Alert is the notification system that the RDOS uses for routine notifications, things like changes to your cart collection program or calendar, anything like that, to projects and initiatives, to critical alerts for evacuation alerts or orders. So that's how you'll get notified if you have signed up for Voyant Alert. The other way you'll find out is it will be on the media. You'll find it on the RDOS website as well. So ESS and Voyant Alert notifying you about an alert or order are completely separate. Now, there are a lot of questions that people are getting who are who have questions when they go to ESS, to the reception center. And I appreciate that many of the people who might be at the reception center aren't necessarily watching right now, but if you're talking to them and you want to let them know, or if you are have been trying to get ESS support, a couple of important things to know is that if you do have house insurance, you should check with your insurance provider. And if your insurance provides funds to help you while you're on evacuation order, you should do that. That's really important. That's a requirement of the ESS program. ESS is intended as a support for people who don't have any other options. But if you have insurance, that's what you should really be relying on. So you can certainly register for ESS to be part of the system if you want, but if it's taking a long time, where there are a lot of other people who are in greater need, and you have insurance, you should really focus on your insurance. Those are really the main points that I wanted to make. I have heard as well, and again, I haven't even had a chance to get out of here today to go to the reception center, which is winding down right now, but I have spoken to a few people who've confirmed that one member of your family can go to the reception center. They can register on behalf of the family, so you wouldn't have to have both. If you're married, say husband and wife, you wouldn't necessarily have to have both of you. One person would be the lead for the family. They would give the other names, and now your family is registered. So you don't have to have both of them there. And I think that's really important. It is a process to register for ESS and then to go through the reception center, but a lot of work is happening behind the scenes to improve communication at the site, posters and information, and do everything we can to support people there. So that'll be a big project going forward. Again, this live stream will continue into tonight as long as we can go. And then we'll bring it back again on a separate feed tomorrow on Monday, August the 10th. Not sure exactly what time we'll fire it up tomorrow. I'm going to try to get in here early enough to start it up at 7, and then I've got a 7:10 or 7:15 interview with Jason Perez, my friend Jason Perez, who I know from back in the day when we were at the new VI together. So we're going to talk on Global tomorrow morning at 7:10. And I will likely, I'll be on the computer here, so I might just leave this feed up if I get this fired up in time, because I think that's kind of fun. I like these behind the scenes things. It's, I think, somewhat interesting for people to see how these media interviews come together. But more importantly, the information that we'll be sharing during that interview may be helpful for you as well, because, excuse me, there are always a lot of really good questions from members of the media. Things that we're not necessarily thinking of, but they're listening to public and hearing what people are asking. So I think that's really important. And let's see. So the fire itself, there is a website. I don't know if the BC Wildfire website is really important, but there are a few different websites you can go and check out that show weather in the area and show other fire information. And there's one, the Western Fire Chiefs, that I found that was actually quite interesting because it showed wind direction and that kind of thing. But in this area, the BC Wildfire Service is really important. Just remembered another thing I was going to tell you. So we've been talking about holding a public meeting. I had said that the plan was to do it tomorrow. I probably spoke a little bit early on that one. We're planning to host a public meeting as soon as we can. So either tomorrow or the next day, but as soon as we can. There are some challenges because the venues that we might want to use are very busy right now. And so we're having to look at what venue would suit the purpose of having a public meeting where there could be potentially a lot of people and we're working on that. So whether it's tomorrow or the next day, we're going to do it as quickly as we can, and we'll make it official when we know that it's confirmed, and we'll put that information out through the different channels, and you'll likely read about it in the media as well. So that'll be a public meeting to talk about the Bald Range wildfire. It will be specifically for evacuees, in certainly people who are on evacuation alert and might have questions, but it really is intended to provide information to people who are on evacuation order, who no doubt have a lot of questions. And some of those questions, which we've talked about before, include, when can I go back to my property? When can I get a temporary access permit? And we spoke earlier with Graham Statt, who's with the District of Summerland, and I think he really explained that part of it well, and said that the process starts the minute that people are put out on an evacuation order, and when it becomes safe, you look at trying to get a team like Alert in to help with animals and feed and water them. But it has to be safe for them to get in there. In some areas, because there's active wildfire, it can be challenging. And then you look at trying to get people in, even temporarily, maybe to their homes, to give them some kind of an access. But that has to be done in an orderly fashion, and it has to be safe. And then, of course, the next step will be the assessments of those properties, a rapid damage assessment to get a list and an understanding of which properties have been impacted, and that type of thing. And that's a process again, and it doesn't just happen instantly, and it has to be safe to be able to gather that information. But it's important, I think, for people to understand, when people say, I haven't heard any information about when we're going home. If there was any information about when you were going home and anything had changed, because we have this live stream, we'd certainly be putting it out on this live stream. That's one thing. And then secondly, we'd be putting it out on the different channels, and then you'd likely read about it in the media as well. Okay. I would like to see if we have any questions that I can answer. I'm getting an email that I just want to read right now. I'm getting a lot of email from a lot of different people. And let's see. Anyway, I think this, excuse me, I think the situation with emergency support services for people is frustrating, because we keep hearing about it. But again, I want to reiterate that emergency support services is funded by the province, administered locally, and run largely by volunteers. And there are a lot of volunteers that are committing time to this. Many of them are impacted by the evacuation. Same with first responders, same with people here in the Emergency Operations Center. So understanding that they are volunteers, and that everyone is doing the best and more, and putting in a lot of hours to help out, that it's not going to be perfect. And when there are challenges, there could be mistakes made, but the idea is to own it and fix it, and that's what's happening right now. So I mentioned earlier that possibly communication wasn't as good as it could have been at the site. Signs on the wall. We're talking about trying to maybe put some monitors in that could have some revolving information, but that's going to take some time. But it's the kind of thing that we can do when a problem is identified. That's what you do. And people have to understand too. Plans are put in place to operate an emergency support services reception center, and then all of a sudden the size of that triples or quadruples or whatever happened here, and you have to just pivot. And so work is being done to make sure that whatever's not working is going to work. So there's no answer that I can give, or anything we can say as an organization, if people are delayed in getting what they need, or it's not working as well as it could. But it's not because people aren't doing their jobs. It's because there's the sheer volume of people who need support. And that's why I go back to that individual responsibility. If you have home insurance, and if you're covered, maybe you can help by not going to the emergency reception center if you don't need accommodation because your house insurance covers you, that kind of thing. But having said that, I understand some people just need the help, and for whatever reason. So everything is being done to accommodate. I think it's been challenging to find hotel rooms for many reasons, and part of that is the just the fact that it's busy here, and accommodations are limited. So again, everyone's doing the best they can do. So please be patient. But it's important to hear what's not working too, though. And I think that's about being honest. And that's, I've been getting a lot of good feedback on this live stream because of that, because I'm kind of just talking stream of conscious a little bit. And normally, in local government, we try to stick to some pretty tight scripts, and in the sense that we're a professional organization, and we're trying to be that here. But I think I've been given some latitude with this format to be able to speak as an emergency professional, as a communications professional, and also as an individual, as a person who's impacted by this wildfire, to say, I hear what you're saying, I understand your concerns. And when I say I, me personally as a person standing here, but your information that I'm getting through this and through the chat, and also through the feedback through official channels, the email and phone calls, that information, it's important that local governments receive that information and then do something with it. That's the key, is hearing people, but also acting on it. And so if someone's upset and they go on social media and they say something that isn't working, that's not going to find a solution. But if they contact the local government through an email or a phone call and say, here's what the problem is, and maybe even here's a potential solution, perfect. That's what we're looking for. That's what I think is a good way to be a good citizen, and for us to be a good responsive local government to that situation, when we listen and we try to act on it, or at least we provide information about what the situation is based on what we know. And there is a center that was set up by the city of Penticton, and I'm just trying to find that information. It was the Comfort Center, and it's set up at Princess Margaret School. That's at 120 Green Avenue, and space is available for people to park their trailers and campers there as well. And I just wanted to check the time. There was some times that were listed on that one. I think it was going to be open from, not sure, I haven't had that here. Yeah, I have to confirm the hours of that. Sorry for just 1 second here. Anyway, the Wellness Center is at Princess Margaret Secondary, and I think that's a really good opportunity for people who just need a shower. Looks like it was going to be open till 8 p.m. Just want to make sure that's on our website. So 8 p.m. Time is it now? It's almost 6:30. I have a meeting at 6:30 that I'm going to have to go to, so I'll have to step away for that. But that Comfort Center is, they offer showers there for people, which if you're out of your home and you need a shower, that could be a real help. And just a quiet area out of the smoke and heat as well. So the Comfort Center for evacuees open at Princess Margaret Secondary School, 120 Green Avenue West. That's in Penticton, southern portion of Penticton. Stay informed. If you are a resident under an evacuation alert or an order, please visit, please check the Voyant Alert tab on the RDOS website and register for Voyant Alert. If you haven't, you'll receive notifications on any changes to alerts and orders in this area. The entire district of Summerland is currently on evacuation order. That's 5,688 properties on evacuation order. Current number of RDOS properties on evacuation order, 451. Evacuation alerts for the regional district, 1,065. Penticton Indian Band, there are 38 properties under an evacuation order, and for evacuation alerts, it's 1,082. So those are just numbers, but those are people. So when we're talking about some 6,000 people on evacuation order, that's a huge number, and a lot of people who need support. And those are just properties. Those aren't individuals. Those are properties. So many families and individuals attached to those numbers, and then of course all the evacuation alerts as well. So with an evacuation alert, it's important to remember, if your property is on evacuation alert right now, or you're within a proximity of this fire and you think things could change potentially, it's really important to make sure that your family's ready and prepared. I was speaking with one of my coworkers here who lives in an area that I believe is under an evacuation alert. And I just said, are you ready to go? Do you have things packed? And she said, absolutely, I've got things ready. And I suggested, if you have a boat or a trailer and you're thinking of moving it, do it now. Do it before an order comes into play. And I think that can really it takes a lot of the stress away. For the latest on the current wildfire situation, it's important to go to bcwildfire.ca. You'll see what that fire looks like as far as the perimeter. You can see some photos. You can do an overlay which shows where the evacuation alerts and orders are as well. And it's a very helpful map. And it's something, if you check regularly, you'll see when there are any changes to the size. And I think it's, I forget the latest size, but it's certainly around, I forget, I won't guess the number because I can't recall, but 10,000, I think, hectares or more. Maybe I'll go to BC Wildfire and check that out right now. Just looking at the wildfire map from BC, and it's interesting that in previous years, a lot of the activity was in the north, and right now there's a lot of activity in the southern portion of this province. I'm going to go over here and bring this map up. It's we heard from BC Wildfire earlier, and just how dry it is right now. The conditions are incredibly dry, and that's why it's just so important that people really exercise caution anywhere, backcountry, in town, and if you're in an urban area, but certainly if you're in the backcountry, any kind of activity, it's so vitally important right now just to be extra cautious. So I'm just going to click on the BC Wildfire map here and show you again. Look, this is what's happening I'm on the 5:30 p.m. It was right away. It was when I now at 13,618 hectares. And again, my job is not to make you feel nervous and make you scared. It's to help you know where to get information. Hopefully, the discussions we're having here can maybe make people feel a little more calm, knowing that emergency professionals have a plan. The challenges with ESS, trying to get people through, I mean, that'll be worked through. It's a matter of a lot of people in a short period of time trying to get help and trying to get the support they need. But luckily, this community, this whole area has really stepped up. And I heard that from Mayor Doug Holmes earlier. I believe it was yesterday. He said he was really, really impressed to see how the community has come together. I was talking today with Councillor Holmes, Councillor Barkwill, their experience in speaking with the community about, and they're from Summerland, speaking with the community about what is going on, and people just being supportive, companies and individuals offering support and offering help. And on that note, there's no all of a sudden now at a reception center where you're trying to help people, you're also supplies and that kind of thing. So it can be a bit challenging. And if there's a need to ask for help in any way, you'll hear about it through channels like this and online on the website. Okay, it looks like, yeah, we're just about at 6:30. I'm going to have to go to a meeting, and I think people are probably settling in for the night, and they may have had their fill of this stream. I'll come back a little bit later on and just wrap it up. And in the meantime, thanks a lot for joining us, and be safe. Okay, there's a question I'm going to tackle right there. Any updates about Penticton and our safety? So I'm going to reiterate what I've said so many times before, is that if you follow your local government website, so for example, Penticton, City of Penticton has a website. City of Penticton has a phone number during the day if you want to call them, and they have an emergency operations center. They also use Voyant Alert. So if you're looking for information, and you want to be informed about any changes to the area or to your safety, whether there's an alert or an order in place, then it's highly recommended that you sign up for Voyant Alert notifications for Penticton. I can get those alerts if I signed up for Voyant Alert. I live in Summerland. I also pick Penticton because I work in Penticton. So if there's any kind of alert from Penticton, I'm going to receive that. So your safety in Penticton, there's no change to it unless you've received a notice from the City of Penticton through the Voyant Alert service, or unless the City of Penticton has put out some information. The City of Penticton would likely be working with the emergency they are working with the Emergency Operations Center here, but there is no immediate threat to the City of Penticton. And if you look again at that BC Wildfire website, you'll see where that is. And it's really important, you can see the perimeter of the fire, to look at where you live in relation to that, and know that anybody in this region could potentially be at risk if the fire was to change dramatically. So there's no immediate threat, and if there was, you would have heard about it either through Voyant Alert if you signed up for it, or through the media who would be reporting what the City of Penticton is putting out for information. So monitor your local media sources, local government, in this case the City of Penticton, and sign up for Void Alert notifications if you're concerned about your safety wherever you live, including Penticton. And then take steps now to prepare yourself and your family. So to answer your question, there's no updates about Penticton at the moment that I can share, but I would highly recommend you check in with the city, the website, and sign up for Void Alert. That's how you'll find it. Thanks. Oh, hold on a second. Got to turn those lights on. There we go. Seemed a little dark in here. Hello again. My name is Eric Thompson. I'm with the Emergency Operations Center here at the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen in Penticton. And we have left this live stream open just because rather than shut it down and start it up, I thought I'd just leave it open. And I do apologize. That was quite a long gap in service. And I luckily received an email or text from a friend who sent me a photo of this lonely looking office. So I thought I probably should come back. I've been in meetings, took a short break, not really a break because it was mostly talking to people, but I've got a couple of messages I can share with you. It's amazing when a major wildfire happens and you've got thousands of people on evacuation order, how the information flow can all of a sudden get confused when people are hearing one thing and they have other issues, and then you're dealing with multiple agencies. So I wanted to talk for a moment for those of you who are watching, and we'll be putting this information together to make sure that it's out to people in the public, and then other areas of sharing the knowledge. But temporary access permits are very, very challenging to manage at this stage. When a wildfire is this big and still very much present in the community, you've got small spot fires throughout the community. There's other issues for safety, infrastructure, any of the other safety reasons. So right now, anyone who's looking for a temporary access permits for whatever reason will have to understand that they're being managed based on some key priorities. So someone who wants to go water their plants, for example, it's not helpful to put in multiple, and I'm not saying that's happened, but to put in multiple applications. One application, and then it will be managed here as the situation warrants. So it's really important that people understand that. There's always people who want to get into their property, and their reason is very important, and I understand that. But what we're dealing with right now is still a very evolving wildfire. And I think it's really important that people appreciate, the process and let it play out. So for reentry right now, what happens is you put in an application and it'll be dealt with. And it'll be communicated to you if you do qualify to go in. So for example, critical infrastructure, that's an important thing. Critical infrastructure has to be dealt with, and you put in an application to go into to manage that. Something like animal safety. Someone's animals need to be fed or watered, they were left behind. That's key, especially for agricultural producers and people with large amounts of animals on their property. Commercial operations. And then from there, you'll have to just be patient. I think what we're finding is that I was just speaking with our operations lead, and he was saying that there are people who are getting very frustrated. Some of them are getting a little about the process of reentry. There is a reason behind how reentries work. And again, it's all about safety. And it's about prioritizing who needs to get in and how many people can go in safely. So if you put in an application, don't put in multiple applications. And then I've heard, some people have put in multiple applications and then gone to the site waiting to get in. So that's not really helpful. Excuse me. So I just want to remind you of that. If you want to get a reentry permit, follow the process and then accept the fact, hopefully, that there is criteria that's going to help decide who can get in and when. And it has to be triaged, especially when it's as dangerous as it is right now. So I hope that's okay. Well, I'm not saying I hope it's okay. I just want to relay that to people. I mentioned earlier that when there's a major wildfire, what happens is processes kick in. And there's a lot of things you can predict, what's going to happen, how it will play out. Another thing I can tell you right now, and I don't know exactly who's watching, but steps are being taken right now to improve the situation with emergency support services and try to get people into rooms tonight. I'll leave it at that. And I think that's a real good thing. I was talking earlier about organizing a public meeting. I can't confirm anything at this point, but I know that the goal is to try and have a public meeting as soon as possible. So any new information on that will come tomorrow. We'll set this live feed up again tomorrow, and we'll get that information out to you on the public meeting. And that'll be an in-person public meeting to try and get information out to people about all the things we've been talking about here. A lot of that will be there. RCMP will be there as well. So we'll confirm the time and the date sometime tomorrow. Voyant alert is really important for you to know about. We've had people say they don't know how they will find out when they can get back into their property. Well, there's an answer to that. It's Voyant alert. If you haven't signed up yet, it's really easy to do. You go to the RDOS website and you look at the Voyant alert link and you sign up for it. And what it will do is give you access to notices that are affecting your property. So if your property is impacted, you'll get notices through Voyant alert, through text, email, or telephone. And yes, the public meeting will be streamed on YouTube, and it'll be simplified, so we won't have any problems with WebEx or any other platform. Nothing against WebEx. It's just we're going to keep it as simple as possible. But yes, it will be streamed on YouTube. We may not open the comments be for many reasons, but we're trying to keep this as straightforward as possible. Public meeting during a wildfire emergency is held to provide key information to people. If you attend the meeting in person, there will be an opportunity to ask questions. But a lot of the questions have been asked, and we know what you're looking for information. And I think it's really important that people understand that the information is there to help you understand what the processes are. And if you know, because people have said, when am I going home? Okay, let's answer that question. I can't give you that information right now. What we do know, and this is important, I think, is to explain what the process is that will get you home and how we will find out an answer. So people might say, well, give me a timeline. Okay, it's going to take days to weeks. And that's again, I think probably a decent answer, because that's what we can say today. That's what I know on behalf of this organization and the Emergency Operations Center, how it'll probably play out. Probably going to take days to weeks. And I heard that directly from the CEO of Summerland, Graham Statt, and I think that's a good way to explain it. So a lot of the different reasons for going back to your property are currently what's the wildfire doing. And if we look at the BC wildfire map and we see what it's doing, we know that it's not safe in some areas. But if we look at an area like Trout Creek or anywhere through that corridor where maybe it's not as impacted, the fire is not as close, but the fire and the embers can blow over. There could be infrastructure issues. I'm not sure what the situation is exactly with power. I think power might be on, but maybe there's still issues with water. And I think there are still issues with water, and then restarting the water system. So I think the key is if we can explain the situation in a public meeting and then put it out afterwards in the different platforms through the website and that type of thing, then people know what the rationale is. They have a good sense of possibly what the timelines are, understanding that the wildfire doesn't work to timelines and the changing winds and the changing conditions affect it. Then I hope that works, and I hope people can be appreciative of that. And if there's frustration because it's not happening as fast as you want, or you don't agree with some of those, the reasoning or the rationale, then I'm not really sure what to say about that. But what we want to do is have a good conversation, provide as much information. And this forum, which is quite interesting, has been really good because we're actually sharing ideas. And, I'm not a technology expert, but I use technology and I've only used it in a certain way. So when somebody provides some feedback on how to use it, perfect. The problem has been solved. And I think it's the same with a re-entry into an area and into a community. If somebody has a better idea or something that could help improve the process, or in many cases, help improve the communication around the process, excellent. I'm open to that. I know anybody else who's in charge of emergency management would be open to any solution that's going to make it better or help. So that's what I wanted to share, was the reentry, and remind you about Voyant Alert and let you know that ESS steps are being taken to improve that process right away, which I think is fantastic. People have been really, really patient, and I think that's awesome. I think a lot of people have learned a lot more about their community, especially Summerland and Regional District, and people probably have a better understanding of how the area works as far as the Regional District and the municipalities. For those of you who don't know, the Regional District is the electoral areas, the areas around the municipalities, and we now have 7 municipalities that are within the Regional District, the 10,000 square kilometers. Those municipalities now That list includes the new district of Okanagan Falls, which has 1 employee currently, as far as I know, and that was the interim corporate officer who was hired recently. And then there will be election, of course, October 17th, and then the district of Okanagan Falls will have a new mayor and 4 councillors. So that's exciting. So that's 7 municipalities as part of the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen. And then the Emergency Operations Center, where I am right now, is part of that regional model. So it's a regional emergency operations center working together with PIB and other First Nations and the municipalities, and then of course coordinating with the province and other agencies to provide emergency services in this area. We as a region are being tested right now, whether we like it or not. We have a very, very large wildfire that moved extremely quickly and required the evacuation of an entire town, the district of Summerland. Not often that happens. And throughout it, people have been kept safe. We certainly heard that one report, and this is still an ongoing situation, but thousands of people evacuated from that area, from Summerland, including myself and my neighbors and family and friends and others. And it was done in an orderly fashion and never perfect. People make mistakes, but plans are in place for a reason. And I'd like to think that we've all done the best we can do as a community, as a region, and we'll continue to do so for several more months. And, some of the media coverage has been interesting. I heard today from someone that was media coverage that was talking about people sleeping in cars. And, the process of getting the support services was challenging because there were so many people, and that's certainly not what you want to hear. But the overall goal is to make sure that everybody does get what they need and does find a place to sleep, and that is underway right now. So I think that's fantastic. I've had some really good feedback on this live stream because it gives us an opportunity. It's kind of like a live news channel in the sense that we're talking about an issue that we're all following. But the difference is that hopefully we're bringing actual information that people have questions about, including the media, and addressing them live here. And when we had BC Wildfire Service on today, and we'll have them again tomorrow, we're aiming for 2:00. Aaron was with us. That kind of information in real time, I think, is so important. But remember that sometimes the answers you're looking for won't necessarily come from that specific person or even from me, but that we can go and try and find it for you. And if we can relay it here and relay it on our website and through other means, that's, I think, what we're all trying to do. Is just people just want information. They want an answer. It might not be the answer they want, but if they can get the answer, in my opinion, is always, and the rationale for it, then what else are we going to do, right? We can argue about it, but that's not going to help. I wanted to quickly mention one more time before I wrap it up, because I'm going to have to head out here pretty quick, is going back to Voyant Alert. Your property, if you live in an area that is impacted by the wildfire directly, so you're under an order or an evacuation alert, the way you're going to find out if there's any change to that, the fastest way and the most direct way is through Voyant Alert. So, for example, if an alert changed tonight, say it changed and it was off and you're no longer an alert, so make you feel a little bit better, it would make you feel better. And your phone message comes up that you're no longer on alert. Now you know directly. You'd also find out about it possibly here if you're watching on the website through the local media, and you have the information you need that directly affects your property. I think there's a lot of other people that are looking for information just because they're interested. And again, you'll find some of that here. You'll find it on the website, but you might not get it the moment it comes out, because you might not get it through Voyant Alert because it doesn't impact your property. Sorry, there was one other thing I was going to mention. I think it was there's so much information to share. The idea too of what will happen tomorrow if people are back out on the water. So we have visitors still in the area, people who might want to go boating. Really important to remember to give space to the aircraft that are fighting this fire. So if you're on the water, even if you're just canoeing or kayaking, try to stay to the edges and watch for that aircraft. And if you see them operating in the area, you've got 2 options. One is to get as far away as possible or just clear the water. I think that's really important because they're trying to do some extremely important work, as you know, and it can be dangerous. let's see, tomorrow, what will tomorrow bring? So in the morning, my goal again is to actually get in a little earlier than I did today so I can fire this up, leave the live stream on, talk to Global at 7:15, and leave this interview up so you can hear what we have to say in there, because there could be some new information overnight, hard to say. And then throughout the day, we'll have more information on the public meeting, when and where, what day and what time. We'll have any new updates. If there are any changes to evacuation alerts and orders, we'll have it here. We'll have it on the website. It'll come through Voyant Alert if there's anything that changes. I would invite you to monitor local weather and the BC Wildfire website for any changes, and also just relax and try not to think about the fire all the time. It's something I'm trying to do, is disengage a little bit. Yeah, someone's saying stay off the water. I mean, certainly, probably one of the best things you can do when there's an active wildfire like this is we know that there's going to be action. So, and then talked about the backcountry, stay out of the backcountry with anything that could negatively impact it. I mean, going for a hike is one thing, but anything that could cause a fire, any of your actions that could cause a fire, this is not a good time. It is really, really dry. That's the sense I got from talking to Aaron from BC Wildfire and speaking with others, is just how incredibly dry it is out there. So, it's okay to go in the backcountry, but you really do have to be cautious of what you're doing in the backcountry and anything that could potentially cause a fire. I had heard about a situation in Princeton where there was an incident. I think it was a bush party or something. Nothing I can verify, but that kind of thing. Don't want to have a bush party in the backcountry right now. Not really a good idea. And cigarettes. It doesn't matter if you're in the city or anywhere. You do not throw a cigarette butt or any other butt outside. It's just such a bad idea. It can blow and cause a fire. We know right now how dry it is, that it doesn't take much to ignite. So that's a good reminder as well. Thank you. So I think we've, I don't know if there's anything in particular that people are finding that they don't have enough information about. I've spoken at length about emergency support services and acknowledged that there have been some challenges, but also acknowledged that the incredible volunteers who are doing a really, really good job. I hope the volunteers from ESS appreciate how much they're appreciated and will come back tomorrow and every other day that they're needed, because they provide such a valuable service. And the staff, the regional district of regional districts of Okanagan, Similkameen Emergency Operations Center staff. So the people that I'm working with in here, who are also out in the field and all over the place, they're doing an incredible job, and they're working really long hours. And what tomorrow will look like for all of us on a Monday is we have a day job. We do other work, and we have to keep our eye on that. But a lot of our attention now will be diverted to the Emergency Operations Center, because we all need to really get together and work together to make sure that everyone is supported and that this incident is managed in a way that's professional and that keeps people safe. And I can tell you that will happen. There may be some delays in service wherever, in some areas of the city, of the region, and with regional district, because attention is now being focused here. It doesn't mean anything's going to be neglected, but what it means is that we're triaging the situation. We're taking resources and we're shifting them slightly to say an emergency is happening to all of us right now. How can we manage that to keep people safe and comfortable? And it's not easy, but it will happen. And I've seen this Emergency Operations Center activate before as a regional emergency operations center where lots of people are working together. And I'm not talking just the regional district of Okanagan, Similkameen. I'm talking about partners, all the municipalities. Right now, the District of Summerland is here set up at the RDOS building, and they have a little mini spot that, to me, it's like a mini Summerland where staff are working on this particular wildfire, and because they're all on evacuation order, so they have to be here. And I think it's great that we have this environment where we can all work together. A lot of us know each other, so that's really positive. I feel like I should wrap it up now. It's just after 8 o'clock. I'm going to be back tomorrow. We'll go through another day, and we'll do it together. And in the meantime, if you have any questions or comments or things that we can help with, and you're not getting that information, and it's something you need immediately, you can call the Emergency Operations Center information line. It's open at 250-490-4225. Or you can go on the website and likely you'll find information you need there. There are some good resources there as well on the Emergency Operations Center website, the one that I brought up earlier that has the map. There's some good tips and information on there as well. So with that, I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you so much and have a safe night. I'm going to rest up and I'll be back Monday morning chipper and ready to go and keep the information flowing. Take care.